wait, is that no, that's not the same group. He will play against Vityugov, who won his game. So he will have a chance to play the person who is ahead of him on the leaderboard. So he doesn't need to take risks this early, but I do think that sometimes it's smart to play that psychological game. Like, I'll just play a solid position, and you don't really want to make a draw. But what are you going to do about it? You're black. I have a slight edge with the bishop pair. So I do think that Amin is just playing to be solid. If he can get a double-edged position that isn't too risky for him, he'll take it. But this is as solid as it gets, right? We have a symmetrical pawn structure with pawn chains from f2 to d4 and f7 to d5. Yeah, it's not that he's playing not to lose, but he's not really playing ambitiously.
Yeah, I got the point here. But the latest move of Anish Giri was a little bit unclear for me, because this knight usually goes to a5 and c4. That's where black would love to have the knight. And Anish went for knight b4, targeting the bishop on d3. And the white's next move is very clear. He will not give up this bishop. He will play bishop to b1. Just castle, next move a3, and then why this knight was jumped on b4, even though that Anish knew this could happen in the next moves right now.
It is a good question. I think sometimes you even want to induce the move a3. That seems odd. Like a3, we're just talking about a6 takes away b5, a3 takes away b4, but with the pawn a3, I'll just throw a sample line in. All right, so bishop e7 was played. Let's say castles, a3, the knight goes back to c6. Now, once this knight comes to a5, there are two separate light squares that white will have to deal with. That knight on a5 will actually be quite annoying. And sure, the bishop on a2 can take away both, but then the bishop staring into a pawn. The bishop on this diagonal to h7 is a nice diagonal. So I think that if white goes fully ahead with b4, it's a little bit of an awkward setup with the rook on a1 and the bishop on b1. And it's not impossible, but you need to be certain that it's the right call, because whenever you push a pawn, you can't take it back. And if a situation happens with b4 and b5, just to kind of further this point, that if this knight gets around to c4, well, you can't kick it out. And black has two knights that can work in this position. So the bishops, they're not finding their open diagonals very easily.
Yeah, that's right. So knight b4 might be some sort of provocating moves a3, and then weaken the queen side. Let's leave this game for now and bring the bird's eye view back and check out very quickly what is happening and what's the updates of the game of MVL and Sam Shankland, as they're playing very fast this position, and they are trading also pieces very fast.
They keep moving. I mean, they're not stopping for anybody. And the last bunch of moves we saw was, f5 was the last time we saw the position taking en passant. You could only do it now and then play knight e6. So if you had played knight e6 first, this will never be legal. You can never take en passant, only on the first turn. Some people forget how that rule works, but takes knight e6, bishop b7, and MVL took the bishop on f8. Sam takes back and now played f5. So we have this pawn structure over here, Ketty. It's a 3-on-2, and black doesn't really have an extra pawn over on the queen side because these are doubled pawns. So I do like the look of this position for MVL, but I also see Sam Shankland's clock, and he has prepared this entire line out.
Yeah, it's right, h5. He tries to expose the king side as the pawns g4, f5, they're pushed too far. And by h5, black was threatening actually rook g8 and taking the pawn either on g4 or f5. And white would lose, for instance, move like knight c3 here, just would lose a pawn on g4 and f5. So yeah, for this reason, MVL played king to f2, and he's ready. If g4 pawn needs help, the king will come on g3 or f3 to guard the pawn on g4.
Yes, that's right. So the king marches up the board, and c5 was played instead of releasing the tension, which could have given white this open file. So if you take here first, which doesn't at all look bad to me, and play c5, you just have to think about white playing this rook to h1 and getting active over here. So by leaving the tension, you don't give white that additional option. And the players are following the game until this move c5 was just played. It was the game between Fabiano Caruana and David Howell from 2014. So this position has been seen before, at least until the move c5. And it means that deep preparation by Shanklin, and presumably Maxime knows that game as well. But I think that Sam seems to be the better prepared of the two. Now, that doesn't mean he has an advantage, Ketty, because right now it says zeros, but we know how quickly games like this can turn, especially because white has that extra pawn over here on the king side. So if black isn't active, isn't stopping those pawns from moving, and somehow white can fully develop and start actually making some progress with the pieces, and move like knight c3, bishop f4, complete the development, I could see a future where white gets the upper hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Robert, it's the worst thing when your opponent is blitzing out, like now Sam does. He has 1 hour and 36 minutes, and that's obviously not the pleasant for any player. And Will might be also not happy with this fact, but seems like he also remembered this game, and still they are keeping it go. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view once again and check out the games that we have not seen yet. Any game that gets your attention here?
All the games get my attention. So let's see. Oh gosh, let's see. The game in the top left between Aronian and Opar, and I don't want to go there just yet, but it's looking somewhat similar to the game second from the right on the top between Daniil Dubov and Mamedyarov. Just the Italian game, pawn structure, all the pieces on the board. So those games are closed for the moment. And well, I don't know. All the games look pretty interesting to me. The Dominguez game against Vincent Keimer in the top right. Maybe we can head there for the moment, just because I know I turned you into a Dominguez fan yesterday, right? You.
Oh yeah, you did that.
Let me grab this game here, and we can go there, because at first glance, I see the opening. I know it came from a Spanish, and the bishop's on b6, which means that there was a early bishop c5. So if we go through the opening stage quickly, Ketty here, it was just your standard looking Spanish, where black brings the bishop out to c5, white plays c3, ready to strike with d4, and then black plays an early b5. So an aggressive start to this game by black, but it just makes sure that you won't have problems with this pawn on e5, which is very relevant in many Spanish positions.
All right, and now the bishop goes on b3 to keep the eye on f7 pawn, and black has to try to get rid of the moves like knight g5, unpleasant jumps, and also black has to worry about the center, because white can play next move d4, and this can be a little bit unpleasant for black.
That's right, and knight takes e4. It may seem like a free pawn, but you're not going to be too happy about it. White can play this move d4 and open up the center, because your king is on e8. So after takes, this bishop will have to move back to e7, because if it moves anywhere else, like a move like bishop to b6, you already see the advantage is huge for white, because your king is really not in a good place. And so white can just play rook e1, play moves like knight c3, maybe even knight g5, all sorts of moves with this pin down the middle. So that's not a good look for black, which is why instead of going d6 calmly, but d4 and bishop b6. So if the pawn takes an e5, black can actually just start swapping these pieces, because after the trade, your king can't castle, you lose f7, but e4 is also threatened, and the bishop on b6 is very happy. So these players know their variations, Ketty.
Yeah, Robert, I have one story about this position. At the point before d takes e5, this position here. Some days ago, there was Simul, Judith Polgar versus the world, and I was lucky enough to take a part in that event. So it was my Twitch chat was playing against Judith Polgar, and they choose to play this variation with black, and I have no idea here because I'm not E5 player. So they choose this line, and at this point Judith played bishop to D5, and that's when I started to panic here because I see the knight is hanging. I see that I cannot take this bishop on D5 because the pawn takes on D5, and the knight is hanging, the pawn is hanging on E5, and there is a move like bishop D7, bishop B7, but these things still are hanging in the center. So I completely panicked here in this situation, and I didn't know how to deal with it. So any ideas here how to play against bishop D5 if white plays?
I think I would take probably, and the it helps to have the eval bar saying, black's doing pretty well, and just bring the knight to E7, because I may lose E5, but the D5 pawn won't be long for this board either, because I can just bring all the firepower against it. So, Judas, you might have pulled a fast one on you there and your community. So, I trust Judith as well. She's just that good. But bishop E3 played in this game, and actually bishop D5 is such an important notion in these variations, because knight takes E4 is never possible because of this move bishop D5 hitting both knights at the same time, and you can't defend them.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful move, pinning both knights. So black shouldn't take this E4 pawn. E4 pawn is actually not hanging and should just ignore it. We have here, we had castle here in this position, and black goes with H6. This move seems to be very useful here, like it stops bishop G5 coming, knight G5 coming, and in the very long end game, it can be also very useful, as king will not have any troubles on the back rank.
Exactly. Multi-purpose move. White says, I'll do the same. I liked your plan. And then after rook E8, rook E1, E takes, C takes. And then now we see that knight takes E4 is bad once again, because of, guess what? Bishop D5. So you always have to be on the lookout for this bishop D5 move as it hits the knight, or the rook on E4 in this case, and the knight on C6. So the pawn on E4 is defended tactically. And that's why Vincent went knight to B4. And honestly, this position is really interesting. You try to play the move C5 for black. White can play the move E5. Now the knight has moved away from the C6 square, which was helping defend it. So look for this E5 move at some point, and white could try to launch an attack.
Yeah, so after knight before, it is white to move. And is knight D3 here also at threat? Will black play here knight D3, attack the rook and the pawn on B2?
The problem is that, let's say I make king H1, and you go knight to D3, and then I move my rook to F1, and you take. Once I have queen C2, your knight has to give itself up for probably my bishop. So knight A4 is good, but I can take, and I get my pawn back at the very least. So a rook F1 was obviously a bad move. I'm just not sure how big of a threat knight D3 is. And now that I'm thinking about it, there might have even been a bishop takes F7 check, queen B3 tactic to get this knight. So it's knight D3, I don't think quite works out, but it's something that white definitely has to keep in mind, because wait, so if A3 knight, so that's actually begs the question is, what if we go for this? There's D5.
Yeah.
That's super clever, because I'm like, wait, if you move your king, then I just take your knight and I'm up a pawn. Thank you very much. And it's an important pawn, but there's this D5 move, because after queen takes, pawn takes E4, it's even material. It's going to be a sort of a double-edged position here, where I think these moves are all forced. Attack the queen, the knight has to save itself a check. Now the king moves, the queen moves, and even material, complicated game.
Yeah, that's obviously the first move that the both players have calculated here, because A3 and knight D3 might lead to this variation where there are not too much of the options, and this seems to be on the line. So instead of A3 here, white might come up with another idea and guard E4 pawn. Is there something like, this might look really ugly, but I have seen this moves, queen B1 to guard E4 pawn, and then to push E3 and queen A2 to attack the pawn on F7.
Yes, no, that's actually a very reasonable move. It looks strange because we typically want to connect our rooks, but the move queen b1 has a clear purpose. Defend, play a3. You can, as you said, even bring your queen to this diagonal to line up with the bishop. So queen b1 will almost certainly be met by the move pawn to c5 because the knight getting out of the way allows c5 to be played. And it's a fight in the center right here. That's what this position all comes down to, is who's going to win the battle in the center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Let's take a bird's eye view right now and check out what is happening in Group A, as Levon Aronian is playing now against Grigory Oparin, and Hikaru Nakamura plays against Andrei Yesepenko. We can take a look at these two games. Robert, you pick the one.
Okay, well, let's go back to the game between Hikaru and Yesepenko. We started with this game earlier. We saw this moment where b6 was played, and Hikaru took on d5 and played bishop d3. So Hikaru's playing very quickly. Andre has plenty of time left himself, but Hikaru has more time than he even started with. So rook e8, that makes perfect sense to me, Ketty. Put your rook on a semi-open file, castles, bishop b7, and now knight to e5. And now that I see this position, I'm starting to have memories of was it Gelfand against Inar Kiev? They played a matches, and White tries to play this move f4 at some point. It's a bit of a risky move because when you make a move like f4, you give away central squares. But I have a feeling that this position was what was reached in those games, like knight d7, f4, and then black plays for the move c5. So in these players, they study all these top level games, and I try my best, but I'm pretty sure that if knight d7 is played, f4 is the immediate response to reinforce that knight here.
I like this kind of positions with White when you have knight on e5, which kind of stops all the actions in the center. And then White has some ideas of rook lift, rook f3, rook h3, but it also has an idea to play bishop f5 and starts to annoy the knight on d7 and just to play rook c1, bishop f5, rook lift there on the side, and this looks very nice position. I do like this kind of positions with White. And Robert, another thing why Hikaru went knight e5 so early, he could play rook c1 first or queen e2 first, this kind of moves, is that in this position, if black controls e4 square and jumps on e4, maybe not right now because knight takes e4 would lose a piece, but after taking the knight on c3 and then jump knight e4, this is really good position for black, and that's what actually black wants to achieve, to control the center, control e4 square, and not even carry that you have to give up the dark square bishop, because this e4 central square is the most important here.
Yeah, it's a really, really important square for sure. And the white rook is happy on the c file because you're playing against a backwards pawn. It's not really a backwards pawn because you can go to c5, but then there's a hanging pawn structure and the rook is perfectly placed. But you're right, this e4 square is really important. That's what black would be aiming for. So instead of rook c1, which it was a completely reasonable move, he decides to first hop in with knight e5 because now black could even consider a move like knight d7, and then knight e5 is taken away from you. So that's likely why he chose knight e5 first, just to make sure he gets the move off. And then bishop f8 by Yesepenko. I know that retreating, say going to your king, is a useful decision, but it feels very passive.
It's very passive, and when you have to play this kind of moves, it always makes me question, like, why I haven't started to play bishop before? I cost there nothing. Now I have to lose some time here on f8. And Robert, in these positions, he's not going to play g6, bishop g7. And if you get this bishop, that's going to cost him a lot of weaknesses. And then white will be happy actually to play f4, f5 and open up the a file here. He just wants to play c5, and he doesn't want to lock up the bishop on b4. Is that right? Yes,
because if you play c5 too early, then after a3, you probably have to take here on c3, because if you play bishop a5, this is actually a well-known type of idea. After pawn takes on b4, you can even play knight to e2. It looks like black steals a pawn, but I don't think you're going to have these three for very long. And white has the extra pawn in the center. White can play queen b3, take this pawn, and I mean, black's pawns are just collapsing on the queen side.
They are very bad pawns, very, very bad pawns. All right, so bishop f8 was has been played. Do you think Hikaru will go anyway f4 here and start the kingside attack?
Yeah, a common idea is f4, bishop e1, bishop h4, kind of like the stone wall where your bishop is really bad at first because all these pawns are in front of it. But if the bishop gets to h4, that helps you with this bishop on d3 as well. And as you were pointing out, Ketty, which is a really important and instructive notion, that after g6, you're like inviting f5 at some point to open up the f file. And that's just good news for white. So I think that Andre, he might be in a tough spot if Hikaru can get this attack going. We'll see if he's able to parry it, but it doesn't look that easy when black hasn't developed too many pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I should start to play bishop d2 myself too, because I do like these positions, and it turns that it worked out well. Robert, we're going to take a very short break right now, but we'll be back soon as we have to cover rest of the games, which are also very important for the Grand Prix and for the players as well. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix final leg and round 2. I'm Kenny, this is Robert, and we do have all the games in progress as it's just started. few minutes ago, but we already have some of the very interesting positions. Robert, we were looking at the game of Hikaru and Esipenko, and we were thinking if f4 would be played here by white, and here we have the move f4, which means that we might see at some point kingside attack.
That's right. And that's the game second from the left in the top there. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces against Andrei Esipenko. Agreed, Ketty. Kingside attack is very likely. But as we look across the 8 boards on screen, one odd looking position is second from the right on the bottom, Nikita Vitiugov against Yu Yangyi. So Vitiugov, he won that game yesterday. Maybe we should give him a little bit of our focus right now because no pawns have been traded, just the light squared bishops. And the last move played was rook d1, which makes me feel like d4 is the plan for white.
Seems like he delayed this d4 move here. Shall we see how we got here in this position and how we got? Is that Sicilian or yeah, it's Sicilian.
It was one of those good old bishop b5 check Sicilians that I played when I was younger. And after bishop d7, Vitiugov decides to take on d7. There's the move a4 as a possibility here. There's also the move c4, which is interesting because it looks like you're just doubling your pawns in a bad way. But these are all variations that are playable. Instead, Vitiugov goes for a quiet line and just plays queen e2 and b3. So fianchettoing the bishop to b2 here. So Ketty, I mean, Vitiugov, he won game 1. Maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to push too hard in the opening against Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, he might keep this advantage that he got in the first round, and he might play the solid opening. And also, Yu Yangyi is quite the player that you cannot easily beat, and he's not making too much of the mistakes, and he's not taking too much of the risks. So I think that's quite a smart decision from Nikita.
Well, here we see the a6 played, and he's asking Vitiugov, are you going to play d4? You've held off long enough. Come on, d4, it's time. And I really do believe it is time to play the move d4 because your rook just came to d1. Why else is your rook here if not to play d4? And if pawn takes d4, you can take back with this knight, and you have a Maroczy bind type of structure here, which can give both sides chances. For the moment, white controls much of the center and means that black won't have pawn breaks. But if black does in fact get a pawn break, then black's pieces come to life. And that's how these can turn into a position in Yu Yangyi's favor.
Robert, which the question which comes to my mind is like, instead of e6, why Yu Yangyi did not stop the pawn d4 coming forward and play something like e5?
It's a really good question because that closes the opportunity for white. It's just no longer going to happen. But then white can play knight c3 and knight d5. So we have this situation where d5 and d4 are good squares for a knight, but there's a knight on d7. And I would imagine that black's best move might be knight b8, knight c6, and then even knight to d4. But white is first to the punch here in the center. And so let's say you play knight b8, hoping to go knight c6, and you're like, oh, actually, I don't want to give my bishop, so let's trade. Now you have a situation where, I mean, white can take in either direction, but your knight isn't getting to that c6 square. And sure, white is not playing d4, but lines are starting to open up a little bit, and white has the most advanced pawn on the board, just taking away squares from black's pieces. It's an unclear game. It says about even on the evaluation bar, but I guess Yu Yangyi didn't want to cede control over the d5 square.
Yeah, that's right. Instead, he wants to play something more open position, and he's waiting Nikita Vitiugov to play d4, open up a little bit the center, and then black will have the ideas to strike back with b5 or with d5, which those two moves are the well-known ideas here. Let's very quickly take a look at the bird's eye view once again and check out what is happening here. Robert, I was mixing two games because look at this game of Group C, Pretke against Wesley So, and also game of Daniel Dubov and Shafir Mamedirov in Group D. They both have rooks on e6, but it's yeah, and white has very similar pawn structure too. So those two games look very much similar.
They really do. I mean, I'm looking at them now and I was like, wait, which one's which? My head is going
Yeah.
back and forth. But in one of them, in the game, second from the right in the top there, Dubov is a knight on a4 and Predke has a pawn on a4. So, okay, let's go to the game between Predke and Wesley So. And don't worry, everybody, we'll get to Levon Aronian's game. We'll get all around to everyone's games here. And Predke, he won his first game in a miniature over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Now he gets the white piece against Wesley So. If he could take down Wesley So after beating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 2 super GMs in 2 days, whew, that would be a lot. And so, honestly, his position with the white pieces, very, very solid. This came from an Italian game. We can show how we got here, maybe not go too in depth in the opening stages, but a standard Italian with D3, with C3, and then with A4, gaining space on the queen side with B4 to come next. So, Ketty, have you played the Italian from either color?
No, none of the colors. But I have seen a lot of games, and I start to enjoy with both colors. I even got myself a book to study this opening. So this is something that I'll be good in the future.
I feel like the Italian game is one where white actually has a lot of promise in it, and black, sure, can neutralize it. Black's not immediately in danger of getting checkmated. It's not like a sharp Sicilian, but I feel like there's so much room to go wrong from the black side. I've played the black side of the Italian my entire life, so I know from experience how a position that looks very decent can turn bad quickly. And bishop e6 played by Wesley, because what else is he going to do? This bishop on c4 is very strong. The light square bishop for black doesn't really have anywhere else to go. So e6 is the one square. And bishop takes, rook takes, queen c2. So now the question, Ketty, is should or will black play the move d5, which is a risky move. Not risky in terms of checkmate, but this pawn on d6 covered the e5 pawn, and now it doesn't. It also covered the c5 square, which means that this knight can come to b3, and then it can hop forward. Also, b5 immediately becomes a thought to kick this knight away from the defense of that e5 pawn. So even the move d5, it gets black some space, but it doesn't solve all the problems. In fact, it creates some new ones while solving others. So queen d7 and now knight f1 is the current position here. And okay, do you think we're going to see the move d5?
I don't really like this move d5, as the pawns are not coming back. And unless you are sure and you're ready to push this pawn, you should not do it. My thing is that maybe Wesley will go with knight maneuvering. I have seen some moves like knight e7, knight g6. Also, black tries to get this knight here on the king side. And maybe at some point then after he can push d5, but I would be a little bit scared and skeptical to see d4 here, d5 here.
Yeah, it's just a big decision at this point, because white already has everything defended on e4, and black is defending e5 for now, but even with like bishop to b2 to eventually b5 and c4 comes to mind, there's so many different options for white, including bishop e3. You can start with this move, because if we get this trade, now this knight is putting pressure on d5. It also is ready to hop to f5 in some lines, and if you make a move, let's say rook d8, just trying to defend here, white strikes with b5. This is the exact type of position that white often wants. And if you think we'll just trade and my knight will move, then white plays the move c4 and just continues to grab space in open file, the d5 square. And black already is actually in a worse position at this point.
Oh yeah, and also Robert, in this current position, if black goes d5, white might also think of b5 move right away, because as black has already played rook to e6, another rook in a8 is not guarded now. And for instance, moves like b5, ab, knight is hanging, and when knight leaves d6, c6 square, maybe white can start to play bishop e3 now to annoy this knight, bishop on a7, as it's just pinned.
And the eval bar says that black is better, but I actually was thinking the same way as you, and it's going down a bit as well. But bishop takes f2 check is the only way to see black get something. But it's not the end of the story, because after queen f2, rook takes a1. You mentioned black's rook wasn't defended, white's wasn't either. And after taking on c6, at some point, you can even throw in the move e takes d5 first. I don't know if there's, maybe there is a little bit of a difference here, actually, because if you take on c6, and queen takes here, and then pawn takes d5. After this knight takes, it feels like Black is just very active, but even this position is not that easy to evaluate. It's a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. And we can see what the engine says, but the players at the board, they'll know that Black probably is the side for choice, but how much better isn't super clear. So I'm with you, Ketty, that even in this situation, let's say we invert the move order like this, it's a position where actually it says it's about level. So make queen b2 first to hit the rook and defend the pawn. So something like this is a very unclear position with a material imbalance.
Mm-hmm. I really like here White's position because of the 2 pieces. And Robert, we do have here d5 move on the board. So Wesley goes for d5 and he feels this is the moment that he has to strike back in the center, and he's not waiting any more moves here. So but the engine is not very happy here for Black. I see that it's a little bit on the side of the Black's board.
Yeah, no, White definitely has a slight pull here. And whether that's with bishop e3, whether it's with bishop to b2, I see more clarity in White's position. And Black is trying to not open up the board necessarily, but gain space. And what do I mean? Why would you play d5 and not open up the board? Let's say you take on e4. You've just handed White a tempo against your queen. So b5 still is on the radar, and it just feels like Black is being pushed back move after move. So I don't love bishop b2, honestly. I would prefer to play the move bishop to e3. I'm not scared of d4. I think that after c takes d4, if we start trading pieces on the d4 square here, if you ever take with the pawn, then you have a pawn that's backward over here, and White has an extra pawn on the king side. These 4 against these 3. White's position is more active. The knight can come to g3 and f5. The bishop is out of play. So you need to know your pawn structures and be able to transition your mindset from one to the other. And I think actually White would get the upper hand here.
Mm. All right, let's wait a little bit how Prudke will react after d5, as he has plenty of the opportunities. And why don't we take a look at the bird's eye view and check out what is happening in the game of Levon Aronian and Grigory Operin, as Levon is now the leader in the Group A.
Wow, what an interesting game we have here. It just started to heat up because for the first dozen or so moves, it was quiet. But on White's 12th move, we can go through the opening. It was an Italian. It will look familiar to many. Here, d3, bishop c5, c3. We just saw this in the game we were looking at between Prudke and Wesley So, and h6 rather than a6. So after h6, rook e1, castles, knight d2, not committing to b4. And the reason why is because Levon wanted to play for d4. So he doesn't play b4 because if this pawn were on b4, that pawn would actually be kind of a weakness if you're trying to play d4, because in the event of a trade, your pawn doesn't want to be on b4. That's overextended. It gives Black a chance to actually attack it. So the pawn is healthier on b2. So Ketty, you mentioned the knight going to g6. Look at this. Look at the last few moves. Knight e7, d4, knight back to c6 instead of over to g6.
Well, why's that? His knight was going somewhere on the vacation, and I forgot something here in the center, so let me get back. So Robert, why is bringing the knight back?
It's just the merry-go-round. The knight had to go back to where it came from. That's just how the mechanics work. I think the reason the knight came to c6 rather than g6 is that Grigory wanted to put immediate pressure on this pawn on d4. And let's say instead of the move that Levon played, which was a4, he made a move like knight to f1 to open up the queen's defense of this pawn. After pawn takes d4, which is what you want to play to establish the center, there's knight takes e4 here. The queen is protecting the d5 square. So after rook takes e4, d5, now we see that material will be equal once more, but Black has a bishop pair and an attack against an isolated pawn in the center. So a much better position for Black. So that is why Grigory went knight to c6. And Levon plays a4, which is a very tricky move, because after pawn takes d4 here, if you try to grab this pawn in the center like this, after knight takes d4, bishop takes d4 here, there's this move knight to b3, and your bishop just doesn't have anywhere good to go. If you go to e5, boom, f4 comes, traps the bishop. If you go to b6, I throw in a5 here. Your bishop has to go to c5. And Ketty, in positions like this, it's not about the material, not about the quantity right now. White is for sure better because you can just push this pawn to e5, play queen b3 first. The extra pawn doesn't make its presence felt like white's powerful bishop pair and this pawn going to e5.
Oh, yeah, this is beautiful position here for white indeed. So we do have the position where the rook attacks the bishop and the bishop has now additional square to go on a7. So it seems that after a4, here Grigory answered by a5 and he stopped pawn going forward and give this one extra space for the dark square bishop. And now d4 pawn is hanging. And I see that Aronian actually played rook a3 at some point. Was that right away? So he actually still sacrifices the pawn on d4.
Levon wants it all. He won yesterday against Hikaru. He's playing in a romantic style. Rook a3. What a move. A rook lift that looks like it's going nowhere. But as soon as you win this pawn with e takes d4, knight takes d4, trade, now the rook can come to the d3 square and it attacks the bishop. It's in line with the queen. e5 will likely be the move if the bishop retreats somewhere this way. Watch out for e5 with a pinned d pawn. So the rook on a3, it was out of the game. And this is a really big moment, Ketty, because we can see what's happening based on the last few moves. But if I were facing this move, rook a3, I would sit and think for a long time, and Oparin is down on the clock because the rook doesn't do anything with this pawn on c3 here. It's actually just staring into its own piece. But as soon as you win the material, I like to say this, when you lose pawns, you gain open lines. So losing this pawn on d4 and getting rid of the c pawn, it opened the third rank, it opened the d file. So white gives away the pawn in the center for all this activity. And I'm nervous for Oparin here.
He must be also be nervous because now bishop is hanging. If you play c5 and if you try to guard this bishop in the center, this will fall for knight b3 or knight f3, and the bishop will be actually pinned and you are losing the pawn on d4, and then d6 will be another target that white will get for sure. So if you withdraw your bishop back, then e5 is coming, attacks the knight, and the d6 pawn is hanging, and all this is just not really necessary. And I kind of have a feeling after rook a3, I would myself just ignore this center and I would just pass the move and I would play like something queen e7 or rook e8, just not allow this rook to get from a3 to anywhere else, because for now this rook doesn't really have any spot. Rook b3, okay, you can play, but then what? Like you don't really threat anything.
Yeah, no, rook a3 is really played so that once the capture on d4 happens, the rook can go along the third rank. It's a nice rook lift. It's perfectly placed in the event of e takes d4, but it is not perfectly placed. It's just kind of there if that pawn isn't captured. So rook e8, that move, it looks reasonable. It's not like there's anything too major going on at the moment, but the rook on a3 doesn't get into the game. So instead, Oparin says, I don't know if I believe you. I'm going to just take your pawn on d4. You're doing some fancy rook work over here. I'm going to take, but if this bishop goes to e5, Ketty, that stops white from playing e5. But I imagine that knight f3 is a very simple response. And white's pieces are ready to go to this king side over here. If you, if you don't do anything, you're just going to lose a piece because there's a pin here. So you probably play queen e7.
Queen 7 is possible. I'm thinking like, can we play this knight somewhere where it threats f4 to drop the bishop?
Oh, you're threatening knight g6 and pawn. That is.
Oh, so smart.
Yeah, no, that was brilliant. That was so brilliant. Like you're threatening knight g6 and f4 to trap the bishop.
Yeah.
Wow. It's funny because I was thinking, oh, do I take the bishop and just have the bishop pair? Is that what he wants? No, he wants knight h4 to g6 or to f5 and pawn to f4 all at once. And it says even, right? But that is so misleading. If you're sitting and facing this position, you're not like, this position's even. Like, wait a second, this looks really scary. I don't know how to deal with all the threats of knight g6 and pawn f4 and this bishop really strong on c4. Maybe this knight's going to come to f5. When you don't have the benefit of the evaluation board, even when you do, you need to figure out what the correct move is. And I'm going to turn the line on here for a second and look at it. You want to know what the best move is for black?
What is it?
You want to know?
There is something knight. Oh yeah, because knight on h4 is saying knight d5 is so unrealistic move. It hangs like 3 times.
All of white's pieces are staring at this knight here, but it attacks this knight on h4. It also stops knight g6 because there's no longer a pin, so you can actually take it. And that doesn't even end the discussion here. White can play queen to h5 right now. Like, this game continues from here, and it's still a very dicey situation. But you have to see knight d5 in advance, because as I look at the moves, every other move is much worse for black, if not for knight to d5. So
Robert, do you have to? Sorry to interrupt. No. You have to see this knight d5. Knight h4 also, from the moment you take the pawn on d4, which is insane. You cannot do that, because these moves like take, bishop d4, rook d3 is so natural, right? You see these moves, and then you're looking for some options here. Bishop e5 seems to be a move here. You can continue some more moves like knight f3, but knight h4 and knight d5, no way you can see and you can spot it.
No, it's extremely difficult. And once you're in the moment, once you have the evaluation bar, it obviously becomes easier. Not easy, but easier. But you have to see it right here and now. And after rook d3, we see Oparin thinking, because he may put his bishop on c5 to defend this pawn, and he knows e5 is coming, but he's up a pawn, may try to claim that it's obvious compensation for white, but black could be okay as well. But bishop e5 to see this knight hopping to h4 and then also to find knight d5, that's we'll leave it up to Oparin to find that. And he's a super strong player. He drew yesterday with the black pieces against Yesipenko, a good start, especially if he can hold this game with both black pieces in the first 2 games. That would be huge. But it's looking really scary. And I mean, this knight f3, really knight h4 idea.
Right. Robert, also the moves like if bishop stays on the diagonal and goes on c5, you can also play some moves like knight b3, attack the bishop, then rook g3, bishop h6, sacrifice a piece there, and then to play queen c1 next move and just checkmate then in the 2 moves.
I mean, you have so many good looking moves. You can even think about b3, bishop b2, a little bit slower, but getting the bishop on the diagonal. But e5 forces this knight back somewhere like this, and then knight e4 hitting the bishop. It just looks like black's position is about to fall apart. And I see the evaluation bar, that's only a little bit better for white, but that's not how the human mind works. You look at this and you think that black's position is terrible despite being a pawn up.
Yes, and another interesting fact, besides the position that I'm sure Levon enjoys 100% here, the sacrifice. And by the way, bishop e5 has been played. Robert, he's having too much time advantage in 2 games, what we see here, but we also saw some of the games in the first leg where he was having huge time advantage. What do you think, why he's having this much of the advantage? He's just well prepared for the tournament?
I said this yesterday, even before the result was in against Hikaru Nakamura. And even though Hikaru won the first Grand Prix leg in a rapid tiebreak against Levon, Levon has played the best chess throughout the Grand Prix tournaments. In the first one, he won his group with 4.5 out of 6. He won 3 games, drew 3. Then he beat Lenier Dominguez in a really nice game from the Queen's Gambit accepted line that we saw a repeat of yesterday. And then he lost to Hikaru in the final, but they drew their classical game. So in the classical portion, Hikaru played very well in the first one. Report has been doing very well. I still believe that Levon Aronian has been playing the best chess, and it's showing. I mean, it's showing in the results. It's showing in the speed of his play, and he is in just such great form.
We have here some funny comments. Levon is Stockfish 14. Updated version of this Stockfish. Yeah, it's so great to see. It's so great to see him in the best form, because I kind of have a feeling that he's a player from old times, like all these great players together in one, together with his good preparation and all these nuances. It's just great to see him. And here we have bishop e5 on the board. Levon still has a lot of opportunities here to go after the bishop, or just try to get out this knight from this diagonal and then push f4. This is also something that black has to worry about, not to trap the bishop on e5.
And if Levon has prepared this at home, he's using all of those top supercomputers really in depth in this position. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if knight f1 followed by f4 is also good, because when you bring the knight back here, now f4 is a very big threat, and you probably have to do something about this knight. And I don't even know where you move the knight, but let's say d7. And after f4, the bishop comes to f6. I mean, this also doesn't look that pleasant for black. E5 is not out of the question here either.
E5, E6 next move, just open up the light squares as well. All white pieces are very active, even though they are on the first rank right now, they still work. Rook supports e-pawn, which is going all the way forward. Bishop from c1 targets h6 pawn in some variations. Knight can jump on g3, f5, h5 next, and queen is also ready to go on h5 if needed. So all the pieces, all the white pieces are working, and they are in the game, even though they are almost all of them on the first rank.
This looks so scary. I mean, the knight f3, knight h4 line looked pretty good. This knight f1 move looks pretty good. I mean, you have options here for Levon, and Oparin is reacting to whatever Levon is threatening. And we can't forget that Levon sacrificed a pawn to be here. So if he is not precise with his initiative here, and if the attack, it just doesn't come to anything, if it peters out, then it's Oparin who has the extra material. But right now, I really like the look of White's position. He has a variety of moves that seem to give him a nice initiative that Black is going to have a difficult time fending off.
Yes, we will come back in this position for sure, but let's bring the bird's eye view here. And we have not seen some of the games yet, but we cannot really pass the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Sipenko, as we do have some of the changes, and we have here different pawn structures. So what is happening in this position, Robert?
Yeah, just a few moves have been played, but the position does look very different. We left off bishop f8 was the choice, f4 was the response, and here comes that bishop to e1 and h4. The bishop was doing nothing on d2, and Yasipenko takes and plays knight c6, giving himself a pawn to take on d4. And this is one of those situations where it looks like the pawn may be defended tactically because of bishop takes h7 check, opening the queen up to the d4 square, but that's not the end of the story. So just to make a random move like a3, you're going to see the
make king h1 random move.
No. I was trying to make a different point, but you see exactly what I'm going for. I was trying to show that in this position, no matter how you take on h7, queen takes d4 is bad because of bishop c5 with the pin. So that's why Kenny said random move king h1, because she's just trying to get out of what I'm setting up. So Kenny, I approve. You're saying king h1 here. But then the question is, after knight d4, bishop h7 check, in a situation like this, the evaluation is in Black's favor with the bishop pair, even material. You stole a kingside pawn, but there's no huge attack after it. So Black would be happy to take on d4. That's the verdict. And that is why Hikaru Nakamura played bishop f2. He stops at f2. He'll try to go to h4 later, but it wasn't available just yet.
Mm-hmm. Right, there are some crazy sacrifices, but probably is not working. Like if bishop goes on h4, then some was like bishop h7. As knight is pinned on f6, king has to take this bishop, and then knight f7 that brings gets the pawn. But this cannot be enough. This cannot be enough. White needs more pieces to continue the attack on the king side.
But the reason I like that you brought it up is because you can't lose sight of these ideas, because in this position, it doesn't work, but maybe in some other position, you're getting the attack quickly enough that it does pan out for white. And the big deal is that you can't take on d4 because the bishop comes to c5. So if the king were on h1, yeah, you actually would have this exact line. Let's make it happen. Let's just try to force this. Let's say king h1, rook c8, and then bishop h4 here. Now if knight takes d4, your variation is really interesting, where you can take on f7 because you have this g5 check and to take this knight. So it is an option for white in this position, whereas with the king on g1, it just isn't, because there's bishop c5 with the pin.
Yeah, for now, we do have bishop f2. Hikaru here tries to not to give up too much material, and he wants some time to prepare this king side attack, and also waiting Black to show what you have here. Black is not so active. Black can develop the queen side rook c8, but it will fall up for bishop f5, and then the rook has to move away. So Hikaru is just saying, okay, I can wait for a bit, I can improve my position, and I will still have just slightly better. And yeah, we're gonna wait for the updates here. But before that, we're going to take very short break. You guys don't go anywhere because the things are heating up here at the Grand Prix round 2, and you don't want to miss any of the action. So see you soon.
We welcome you all back to the third leg of the FIDE Grand Prix 2022. And there is so much at stake because 2 spots in the Grand Prix series goes to the candidates tournament. The 2 top Grand Prix points earners make their way to Madrid this summer, and we don't know who it's going to be. There's also a 3rd spot up for grabs by rating, and Levon Aronian, he's in the driver's seat for that spot if he does not make it by the Grand Prix. So, Ketty, Levon, he's in just great shape overall, no matter if it's from the Grand Prix or by rating.
He's playing beautiful chess, and what's very important, he enjoys it by himself. And yeah, that's the reason why we do have beautiful games here at the Grand Prix. We're now looking all the games which is in progress. And Robert, look at this game in the Group B, Dominguez and Kamer. Where is the knight? Where is the knight? It was on before.
It was on before and now it is not there anymore. So we can go to the game between Dominguez and Vincent Keimer because the position is very weird looking at the moment, and it says zeros because engines always say the position is completely equal even when it looks like this. So what's the material count? Is it they both have 7 pawns? Hard to count when the pawns look like this.
Yeah, it is equal.
Okay, so allegedly the game is equal, the material is equal, though this b3 pawn is not so much longer for this board, but this pawn on e4 is a target. So if we just go back a couple moves to see how we got here, knight b4, queen e2 was played, c5, and after a3, Vincent plays c4. Okay, so now I get it. At this point in time, the knight didn't want to retreat to c6 because here after a series of trades, there's just awkward pieces for black. And this with a4 is really annoying because once a takes b5 happens, you can't take back on b5 with your pawn as your rook on a8 is loose. So for example, c4 looks like a good move, but a takes b5 makes a big problem for black. Knight's under attack. You lost your defender of c4 and your rook on a8, Ketty, is not protected.
No, that's really bad. And after a4, I don't really see a move how black can react, because if you push b4, that will lock your dark square bishop there forever. And look at the c4 square, it's just a dream square for any of white's pieces, and white can, if not now, later occupy this square and have advantage for all the game.
Exactly. So in the game, c4 was played, and white doesn't have too much of a choice because bishop takes c4 looks like a good move. Please take me back. I'll take your knight and I'll win this pawn c4 next. White's going to be up a pawn. But after bishop takes c4, black has this move knight c2 with a fork of the rooks, and black will be up in exchange. Not going to be sufficient compensation, even though white has a pawn and a knight for the rook. So that would not be good. And that is why in the game a takes b4, c takes b3, and the move queen d3 was the choice of Dominguez here, protecting e4, attacking b3 again, but somehow the position is even.
How about bishop e7 here to increase the pressure on e4 central pawn?
I think just d5 and just shut this bishop down, protect e4, take b3. So I think I know what the move is because every other move looks very bad, and I think it's knight takes e4, Ketty. Just giving up the piece to go for this pin over here. And the next move is d5 for black, exploiting this pin. And, if you make a move like this, here comes d5 and black gets the piece back.
Oh, I like this one. So hold on, black just can play this move right now after queen d3?
He can play knight takes e4. I mean, he has to calculate a lot though, because after knight takes e4, another move I'm thinking about at some point is bishop takes h6. I don't know if now or after like knight e4, bishop f5, there's bishop takes h6 because I protected my knight here. And if you take here, your king is wide open, so I can move my knight away somewhere. And I go queen g3. I don't know. I feel like, we have the eval bar. It says it's 0.1. That's the slimmest edge for white you can ask for. But it honestly looks pretty nice for white because the king is so safe.
True. For a human perspective, when you look for this kind of variations, you will, in the end, evaluate as better for white, as black's king is just open and there is a way to get out from the pin. So we have this.
We do indeed.
We have this on the board.
We have bishop takes h6 immediately instead of taking on e4 first. And I wonder what changes. I guess if black takes on h6 this way, you can play rook takes e4. So that move order difference gives black actually room to go wrong, because bishop f5 would be a great move if rook takes e8 were not check to the king, and then you get this bishop here.
That's right. And if you take after rook e4, if you trade the rooks, queen can take back the rook and target the other one there, and also this will give some time for white to start to annoy the king side pawns like queen f4, next move knight e4, knight f6. Oof, I love this position for white.
Right. So I think that Vincent, he cannot take on h6 here. If he takes on d2, then the bishop just takes back, and white likely will win a pawn anyway. And watch out for knight g5, because you need a pawn on h7 to help save your king. You don't have that pawn over here, and it's looking very, very uncomfortable for black. For example, let's say I just develop my bishop, looks like a good move. You play g6. Not only can I just take your pawn on b3, I can just go right for a checkmating attack.
Yes, and very often we like to grab the pawns in the center, and we know the center is so important. But in this position, the side pawn, which covers the king, can be just better to be captured, as it weakens the king, and white has these ideas. And there's no knight to guard f7 square. The bishops are both on this side, so black's king is here just lonely. Yeah,
the best move would be this pawn over here to h6, right, to kick this knight out, like helps save the king somehow. But you don't have that ability, and it's a very, very unsafe king on the g8 square. And just to finish off a variation like this, after bishop takes d4, queen h4, the threat is queen h7, followed by queen takes f7 checkmate. So the bishop needs to come back to g7, but then this bishop comes to c3, and queen h7 just mowing down the 7th rank is just winning.
Robert, I do have a question. After bishop h6, can black take the pawn on f2, just try to also weaken the king, white's king, and then take the bishop on the dark square? And the bishop from b6 might also be very useful, as it's now will pin d4 pawn.
Wow, this is actually probably an interesting and good idea. So if king takes, pawn takes h6, and white can take this pawn on b3 over here, but yeah, now the king on f2 isn't very happy. So if knight takes f2, maybe by giving Vincent opportunity to go wrong, he also gave Vincent an opportunity to go right with knight takes f2. And well, let's say we take, play rook e1, something like this. The knight's coming to e4. There's still a bit of an initiative here from white's perspective. The h6 pawn is a target, knight e4 as we were looking at earlier, and continue to look at. It's zeros. So that's all you need to know. Both sides have very good chances here to go wrong, to win the game, to lose the game. It's whoever finds the more accurate.
It's just crazy to give us here evaluation 0-0. It's anything but not 0-0, to be honest.
Yeah, nobody's looking at this position saying, "Yeah, it's equal." You're like, it looks so wild. Both kings are going to be in danger here, and I do like the move knight takes f2 a lot. I think that it's the best way to make white's life more difficult, and Dominguez could have avoided it if he took on e4 first and then took on h6. And maybe in this position, d5 is still available to black, and perhaps he didn't want to allow that because the pin still exists. But yeah, it's a very, very tricky position. It's double-edged as it gets, and both players have serious chances at this point.
That's right. So interesting. I'm really curious how black will react here, and this can be a really crucial moment for Vincent, because if he makes one wrong move here, that can cost him whole points, as then it will weaken a lot of his position. Shall we take a very quick look at the bird's eye view and check the game of Daniil Dubov and Shahriar Mamedyarov in Group B? This also looks quite interesting position.
Okay, well, we haven't had a dive into this game yet, and it is looking very interesting. This pawn on c5, is it a good pawn? Is it a bad pawn? Has it gone too far? Is it controlling some of black's pieces? That's the big question. And the bishop on b2, knight on f3, teaming up against e5, but that e5 pawn is extremely well defended. And Ketty, in other games, you'd mentioned the knights on f6 and g6. Mamedyarov is the only person who listened to you.
True. Here we have them. Beautiful knights. I like knight g6 actually, because I always dislike when my opponent's knight comes on f4, because I can kick it with g3. It weakens my h3 pawn, and I obviously don't want to give up my dark square bishop for the knight, because then pawn comes on f4, and there can be some weird king side attacks too. So is this position so dramatic as I just described for white?
It's an interesting one because knight f4 in and of itself isn't that scary, but with the rook on the 6th rank, we know what Aronian's rook was trying to do. This Mamedyarov rook would like to also go after white's king. So here I'm trying to get a sense of it. I see the evaluation says, 0.5, so better for white slightly. And I'm just trying to come up with the plans because from black's perspective, a move like rook d8, just putting pressure on this backward d pawn makes some sense. And d4 is going to be very difficult to make work because all of black's pieces are staring down at this e4 pawn. So d4 would make this bishop come alive, and that's good news. The bad news is it costs a pawn. So d4, pawn takes d4, something like this. Knight takes d4, rook takes e4. You don't have enough, even though this bishop looks great. I mean, the knight to f5 is what you want to play, but knight f5, even queen e6, just to defend everything, put pressure on this knight. So I don't think you can justify the pawn sacrifice.
That's right. How about just to play a move like g3 to avoid knight f4 coming, and slowly play king g2, a4, this kind of ideas?
It looks reasonable. He starts with rook f to e1. I guess after knight f4, he could play king h2 and g3 anyway. So maybe knight f4 immediately isn't that scary for Dubov to deal with.
Is there a rook e1, the move that he wants to prepare d4, and he doesn't want that e4 pawn just hanging?
Yeah, actually, rook e3, rook e1, and then pawn to d4 looks like a plan. Like just to defend that e4 pawn and then play d4, open up this bishop on b2 over here. And that could be the plan for white to really seize the initiative. And that bishop on b2 would become very scary.
Oh, yes. Looks lovely. Bishop over there. Would you prefer here white's pieces if you could choose?
Yeah, I think so. Just because the plan that we're highlighting with rook e3, rook e1, d4, it looks very straightforward. And I don't quite know what black is aiming for. I think I would try to stop d4 and he plays rook to d8. So that's step one. And I'm wondering what next. Like, is he going to play rook e7 to d7? That feels kind of, retreating and, not passive, but the rook on e6, I'm looking at aggressive intentions, and going back here just is stopping white's plan. So I'm not super thrilled about that, but actually it might be a good decision.
Right. Is there any way black can bring this rook on g6 somehow, or it will drop the pawn on e5?
Yeah, I don't think black is really in time to go for any sort of attack. I think that, rook e3, if you go knight f4, you're not even threatening anything right now. And I'm going to play rook e1, and I'm very likely going to play d4 next move.
Yeah, that's right. So very interesting situation in here. Let's once again bring the bird's eye view as we have covered almost all the games. Let's see if we do have some updates in the other ones. Yeah, this bishop h6 looks really pretty in the game of Dominguez and Kmar. However, black hasn't made any move yet. In the game of Aronian and Oparin, it's group A. We do have the position we were talking before. Knight is on f3 and the bishop on e5 is hanging. And we can see that Predke reacted of Wesley's d5 move by capturing the pawn on d5.
Yep, and then I also see Maxime and Sam. They seem to have made a lot of progress there. So maybe we can quickly tune in to see the evaluation of the current position for this game and move on from it. So, whoa. Did you see that? White just took a rook on a8 and Sam took a pawn on g4.
There's error here, or not, because the bishop is also hanging on f4.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw the position in the full board scene there, and I was like, okay, king takes a8. I was trying to evaluate in my head what was happening, and king takes a8. It still says it's a level game, but Sam sacrifices his rook, and it's really an exchange sacrifice because if the rook moves to safety, as you're pointing out, you take the bishop, you also will get this pawn. So it's going to be a bishop and two pawns for the rook but I was not expecting rook takes g4.
I really thought it was some kind of digital board error here, but then I saw the bishop on f4 is hanging, and hey, it's Sam, he can do this kind of things. He wants to make it very interesting for us.
I mean, just to go back once more here, like king takes a8, white can play rook g1, and white does have the 2-on-1 on this side of the board, and we've been talking about this for a long time, that as the game continues, black isn't going to be able to create a pass pawn because these pawns are doubled, and white at some point can strike with the move g5, and even now g5 is something to consider. So Sam says, I'm just going to take your pawn on g4 here, and if you move your rook, which I believe you have to, because if you move your bishop, you've just lost a pawn, and rook g2 check, and knight takes f5, and it's not good. So let's say rook somewhere h8 or f8, rook takes f4 check, the king goes back, the rook takes f5. Black should not really ever be in danger of losing, and maybe even can play for a win with the minor pieces and the extra couple pawns.
Yeah, black can push this pawn all the way to f3, where the bishop, that square bishop will guard, and black can create some danger here. Robert, which is the other move, which is very interesting, is instead of rook a to go away, how about rook d to go on the back rank and start to look very scary, as both rooks on the back rank can create some sort of mating threats. But I don't really see here this ends well for white, because black can take the bishop, then the pawn on f5, and if you give a check, the king has a6 square, and this king seems to be very safe in the edge of the board, and white has not enough pawns or pieces to give further checks.
It's something that's kind of funny, because I think your instinct is to bring this rook, to bring both rooks towards the king, but it loses on the spot because you locked your other rook in, right? So it's like, oh, I'm giving the checks, I'm going to go checkmate the king. Oh, I'm losing my rook here, and then I'm down 2 pawns. So you'd have to check with this rook. The king goes to a6, and there's no more checks. This rook needs to hop over to a3, but okay, it's very obvious what you're trying to do, and I won't let you checkmate me. It takes too long. So
how about rook c8? There are some follow-up with rook c7, but still,
this is really interesting. So this knight probably will come to d4, and if you take on c2 with check, the king, the knight will go back to d4 to defend. But there's no way to attack this pawn. That's the frustrating thing. It's like, if this rook could come attack the pawn, it would lead to a mate. Maybe this rook needs to. Oh, I almost got into a fork. Rook f8. There's knight e6. Can't do that. Rook d8, same exact fork. Rook h8 or rook g8, we need to go over here to try to line this up for the checkmate. And then this rook can just give a bunch of checks. Yeah, I don't think that white is really going to be able to try and win this game, but it can be scary if you lose that a7 pawn.
Can get really scary. Is there any other moves instead of rook move away, like bishop c7, or that's too much to play?
Bishop c7? Yeah. I guess you just take the rook over here, and then, or may throw in rook g2 check first. But yeah, this is like hoping to make a draw from white's perspective, rather than being up material. You'll likely be down a little bit of material. So I think Sam found a really nice move, rook takes g4, and Maxime's on the clock, and I don't see Maxime winning this game, which is very bad news for his chances to make the candidates through the Grand Prix. He's going to have half out of 2 with the white pieces in this game, a missed opportunity, you could say, because he didn't even ever have an advantage.
True, and yeah, clearly he's not in his best form, as we have seen him shining in the other tournaments, and sometimes it's just not your tournament, and you don't feel yourself, which happens to MVL. And Robert, it's gonna be quite tough for him to play the rest of the games if he loses a chance to get out from the group. Just imagine you don't have a chance, and you have to still play other games. So that happens to Krishuk for the last leg. He started really badly, and then the rest of the games he was just playing random games and making draws. So yeah, Anyways, let's bring very quickly the bird's eye view and take a look of Tabatabai and Giri, as we do have here some updates. Queens are off the board. We have different pawn structure, and we can see that Giri's striking back in the center.
Okay, so Giri's last move was pawn to e5. As we pull up the board here for everybody, the queens are off. The pawn structure for white is a bit compromised. So the way this happened was we left off. It was early in the game. White did play a3. The knight retreated. We saw the knight retreat for Giri because the knight is good on d6. And White saying, we're going to trade on my terms. So bishop takes d6 and taking on f3. So the pawn structure isn't bad because the king isn't unsafe. In fact, this pawn takes away the e4 square from the knight that just came to d6, and white plays knight a4, a very typical plan. I mentioned it for black earlier, that the b3 and c4 squares. Now it's white who's trying to take over the b6 and c5 squares himself. So rook d8, rook c3, g6, and rook c1. And honestly, Ketty, I'm looking this. I like white's position. You're on the only open file here with your rooks in c1 and c3. This knight can hop into c5 and even threaten knight takes b7 to remove the guard of this knight on c6. And so Anish plays e5 at this moment here to strike at white center. What do you think? I mean, is it going to be enough for Giri?
What I think is that this was good timing for Giri, because if white gets the knight on c5, this knight actually creates a threat, and very serious threat. Knight b7, piece sacrifice for a while, and then to get c6 knight back. And this is the end game where white wins 10 out of 10 games. If you try to guard b7 pawn or knight on c6, then a6 pawn also hangs in some positions. So you don't really want to allow this white to happen. And that's why it was good time to play e5. But the question is this really enough? Because what can do here is to take this pawn, a knight takes, and to play bishop to e2, not to give up the bishop, and guard also f3 pawn. So in some lines there can be something like f4, bishop f3 to attack the pawn on d5. And here this is completely different position where black has isolated pawn and white has very strong pieces. I am a little bit skeptical about this pawn push in the center.
Yeah, no, it's a big decision by Anish here. And another thing is that you lose the defense of the d5 pawn. So knight b6, there may be e takes d4, but I actually don't think e takes d4 works. It does work if you take on a8, black takes on c3. Now black is winning because your your knight is under attack, and the b2 pawn is also under attack, and black's already taken a pawn. But the reason why it fails is rook takes c6. And after pawn takes c6, knight takes a8, rook takes a8, and white can just take this pawn on c6. a6 is weak. This pawn is hanging. The d5 pawn is also weak. So white's going to be up material in this endgame and playing for a win.
Oh, that's a very good line. Knight b6 actually is a threat here, as d5 pawn is weak, and the rook will be hanging, and black will not give up the exchange here. This is not the position where you can sacrifice the exchange and hope for piece activities or some kind of drawish chances. No, you cannot really do that. So what happens after knight b6? What's Giri's idea here?
Probably rook b8, so just to keep the rook on the board. But this position, I mean, the knight on b6 is actually extremely well placed. It's frustrating for black to deal with. White controls the c file. This rook on b8 is very passive. So your bishop e2 move, again, with the idea of f4, looks very strong and promising for white. No, this is one of those miserable positions to play from black. Maybe Anish will hold. He's obviously super strong and has great experience, but it's just clearly better for white. And it's playing for two results from white's perspective. Either Anish defends with great accuracy and holds the draw, or, I mean, he increases the pressure. Anish can't be as precise as needed, and then Amin will win with white. It's just not a good position for Anish.
It's not, and what's really bad for him, he has not much of the pieces on the board, and he cannot make a magic out of them because they are not that active. And look at this double rooks on c file. They just look amazing.
No, you couldn't ask for more. The only open file on the board, and white controls it. And this knight b6 move just makes black's pieces feel uncomfortable. So Anish, he drew the first game with white. He's looking to draw this game from the black side, but he has a tough task ahead of him.
True. Oh, Robert, look at this position. Let's bring once again bird's eye view and check out what is happening in the game of MVL and Sam Shankland. Look which rook he brought on the back rank.
Yeah, we see the bottom row, second from the left. The rook on the d file went up to d8, so the lines that we were looking at before. We'll see how Sam deals with this, but he is going to have 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook. And his king isn't the safest, but is also not going to get checkmated. So I think that Sam has his bases covered for now. And Katie, as I look across here, so many interesting games. It looks like Levon in the top left went knight f3 and Oparin went queen e7. We looked at that earlier. And Hikaru's game, just some expansion on the queen side happening. So where should we go? Where do you want to take us?
I would suggest to see the game of Dominguez and Kemar as there is a move bishop f5. It's so many things are hanging there. Maybe we can take a look. What is this move here?
So I guess white can even move the bishop back. I mean, there's bishop g5, bishop f4, because bishop g5 is possible since this bishop on f5 is loose, and white is better with these trades because the bishop on b6 doesn't help save this king on g8. So I think this bishop can make a move somewhere along this diagonal, or you could play knight takes e4 and then leave Vincent with a choice of taking on h6 or playing this pawn d5 right away. We actually looked at this briefly earlier. If takes knight to d2 opens up queen g3 check, and who knows what's happening because it says zeros.
That's right. What I really don't like after bishop, for instance, f4, black can play d5 and just have this knight on e4, which can create a lot of threats. And I kind of have a feeling that that can be enough to give up the h pawn just for the piece activities and the knight in the center. So move like bishop g5 and knight e4 forces some actions here on the board.
Yes, it does. And on one hand, with the slight lead on the clock for Dominguez, that means that Vincent could be in some trouble, or with pieces getting traded, maybe there's not as much to worry about. So it can go either way here, but it looks like a very intense battle between these two players. And Vincent drew a solid game with white against Mamajarov yesterday. He just finished his finals at school, if I'm not mistaken, his exams, and now he's playing in the FIDE Grand Prix. So yeah, a very easy, relaxed schedule for Vincent.
True. And Robert, actually, not a lot of professional chess players are dividing their energy into school or university and chess because of very obvious reason, right? So do you think it's some sort of like new approach for these youngsters that they are trying to study and also be very good at chess?
Well, he's in high school, so I guess it's different versus college, right? Who knows if he'll go to university or not, but considering his rating, considering his strength, and he's already one of the top players, it's not, I feel not awkward, but sometimes it's just like, I can't answer it because that's usually a question that the person and their parents need to have a discussion about. I went to university and then stopped playing chess, and I'm a commentator now. So if you want to play chess and do that professionally, you kind of need to be focused on your chess for the most part, but it's really an individual choice.
True. And you can't really leave chess for 4 years or 3 years, then come back and again try to be one of the tops, right? You have to make a decision.
I will hear your thoughts and raise you a Gadakomsky who quit chess for, what was it, like
10 years?
Yeah, 10 years, and then went and won the World Cup and played Vestlin Topalov for that in that match, which whether or not that was supposed to be scheduled and if he was supposed to play for the World Championship directly, that's a whole nother conversation. But Gadakomsky, he's someone who took off a lot of time and then went right back to the top of the chess world.
As he says, he's a legend, Robert.
That's not what he said. He says he's a famous, and I'm not going to use the middle word here, but starts with an F and it ends with king, and he's a legend.
Is a true legend. And oh my God, this is crazy. Aronian and Oparin, look at this. They are playing like engine. Let's bring very quickly bird's eye view, because we do have two weird knight moves. Knight h4, knight to d5, Levon Aronian, Grigori Oparin on group A. This is madness.
Okay, well, knight d5, the response by Oparin. It's not clear if the times are 100% accurate. The games are relayed, and sometimes with the DGT, it doesn't get the accurate times. But if these times are accurate, look at these clocks, Ketty. I mean, Oparin is down quite a lot on time, and it's only moved 17.
Oh, that's not a good news, actually. That was the same story yesterday in a game against Hikaru Nakamura. And after the game, Hikaru was pointing out a lot that if he had more time, he could find maybe better way to play now better in the opening or the middle game. So time pressure is serious when you play against Levon. But oh, come on, this 95 is so not realistic move.
I mean, it's real. It's here. We see it on the board. This isn't make-believe. This isn't a fairy tale. This is Grigori Oparin finding knight d5, which was the move that makes sure that he doesn't have a huge disadvantage, because at this point in time, knight g6 is a big threat. Pawn to f4 wins this bishop on e5. It's trapped in the center here. And if you make some, any kind of random move just to show that, knight g6 is so forceful because the pawn on f7 is pinned to the king. So instead, we saw knight d5. Knight g6 can now be captured by this pawn. Yes, you'll lose your knight, but you're going to lose that anyway. So what would be down a pawn and remain down a pawn, because this bishop also has free squares afterwards. So Ketty, knight d5. I expect queen h5 to be the response.
Queen h5 looks very interesting. And is there any other moves? Can white still play knight g6 here with the idea that I destroy your kingside pawn structure, and then I'll still try to continue the game in the center, hoping to push f4? Is that real in this position?
Knight f5 looks takes, and you're thinking just taking back here.
Mm-hmm. Knight
f4.
Is hanging, f4 is hanging.
So I guess to solve both problems, like knight b6 or knight b4, I need to attack something. So like knight b4, that looks like a great square. And yeah, you don't have f4 because knight takes d3 here. And if you take with the queen on d3, I have bishop d4 check, and you take with the bishop, I also have bishop d4 check because your rook isn't going to be defended if your queen takes. Right, your king has to go to f1, otherwise you lose the rook, and then queen to f6, and all is well with Oparin's pieces.
All right, yeah, and so you said that queen h5 is the move that white can play here to guard the knight and hang the knight on d5. And what can be the black's response here in this position?
You probably have to go back. What if we see a draw?
F6? Oh no.
No. This queen can. This queen has too many options. The queen can go to f3. It can go to e2. It of course can go back to d1. That would be the draw, right? Queen to d1 here. So I don't think we'll see that. I mean, knight g6 isn't 100% out of the question, but I don't know how this goes. Where you take on e7, the king moves probably here, and well, black is up a pawn. Wait, no. Because I would say g4, if the knight goes back, there's f4 to trap the bishop, but the knight goes this way. Oh, but then you take, this is a ridiculous sequence. You have knight d5 hitting this and hitting that.
Oh, I think our evil bar is just shocked. It's not moving at all.
that's just what happens, right? It's like, oh, it all looked good. It's, cool tactics. Yeah, it's totally fine. No big deal.
Just got tired of saying all these lines and just decided to retire for a moment and take a break. Wow, you know what, Robert? I wouldn't be surprised if we have queen h5, knight f6, and the repetition in that position.
No way. I can't see queen h5 back to d1. I feel queen h5 was played, but maybe after knight f6, what if queen e2? Like that's the first thing I think of, because now f4 is the threat again. You go knight d5 back, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I say. Knight d5 is a move here for black.
Oh my gosh. And I guess I have nothing Wait, okay. Is there anywhere I can put my queen F3? No, it hates that move.
95 still?
No, it says like black is just better. So queen F3 is a bad move. Oh, because there's no F4. So I took away my
F4. You don't even need,
I took away my threat. All right, so bishop E6 would just be good to stop knight G6. And all right, I get it. So knight F6. If we see a draw by queen D1, knight D5, queen H5, knight F6 back and forth, that would be just absurd.
Wow. Yeah, it means that these two guys are just extremely strong to spot out all these moves. Knight F6 is on the board. Queen is hanging. You can play queen, knight G6, but after knight G6, how about white just moves the queen away?
If the knight G6,
where though?
Well, if you move the queen for black, then the white queen will just move and your rook's under attack.
Yes.
In fact, you've nowhere really to go here for the black queen, it looks like.
If you go queen on d5 and you have the d squared, then e5 bishop is hanging. So if you go queen on e8, your rook is stuck there. Queen can go on e2, and that's it.
Queen just goes somewhere, and then you're going to lose the rook because you're smushed in there. So I think after knight g6, you have to take on h5, and then we get this position, which, I mean, maybe white can try something. I'm just not really seeing anything because black's up a pawn, and it says just approximately even for black.
Is there moves? No, there is no moves like knight c8, rook takes 8, and g3 to threaten f4 and to try to trap one of the black's pieces.
Wow.
And g3.
I guess black is g5 now, just to stop it. You don't have to worry about your king safety. With the queens off the board, you stop g5. The bishop on e5 is great. So, yeah, it seems like black is the only one who can play for an advantage in this case.
All right, so queen is on h5 under attack. If queen comes on d1, that is sort of draw for her.
Well, I guess the question is, instead of queen h5, is there another move? Because they can repeat queen h5 like here in the game. If oh wait, is that no? It's my move. Knight to g6. I was like, wow. But if queen d1, knight d5, is there some other move that white can play? I don't really see it. We were talking about knight f5. Doesn't look like anything. So,
but what happens of g3? You want to guard your knight, and d5 knight will still hang.
I'll bring the knight to b4. Then knight g6, queen f6. If knight takes f8, knight takes d3, and black once again is up a pawn. Oh, this is wow. Wow.
All right. hard to say make any comment. I'm sure Levon is now calculating all these moves rather than accept and draw. And maybe if he can't find any way to get the advantage, he can be happy with draw as well.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be too happy, but yeah, he's not going to be brokenhearted about it. Oparin just found the resources seemingly necessary. Maybe knight g6. He'll spend his time thinking about that because it doesn't look like it provides white all that much, but he'll calculate all these variations and maybe go down this path that we were looking at with g4, because knight f6, f4 does trap the bishop. And after knight f4, this kind of sequence here with knight to d5 at the end, c7, f4 hanging, and it says it's about level, slightly better for white, maybe, but you need to prove it. So if Levon believes this gives him a chance to win, he'll definitely go for it.
That's right. So we're gonna keep the eye on this game, and let's bring bird's eye view as in the game on MVL and Sam Shankland. We do have this position where both white's rooks are on the back rank, but there is not a follow-up. And Robert, we do have move knight g6.
Levon played knight to g6 up there in the top left. So he is ready to go down that variation. Maybe he spies an end game that he feels like he can push for a win, and he's also ahead in the clock. So Hikaru against Yesipenko, that's second from the left in the top row. Not too much has changed. In fact, the evaluation bar seems to say that black is doing just okay at the moment, even though it looked a bit scary for a while. And Predke, bottom left against Wesley So. Pawns have been pushed. Black has activated the pieces. We have a knight f6, knight g6. So Wesley So is the second player to listen to Keddy's knight maneuvers today.
That's right. So many things are happening right now. Knight on g6 in the game of Aronian and Napoleon. The bishop is still on h6 in the other game of Dominguez and Kimmer. And we have Turks on the back rank for MVL. This is round 2 at the Grand Prix, and you guys don't want to miss any of the actions. We're going to take short break to grab some water and get some energy, and we will be back soon. So don't go anywhere. And yeah, we'll be back soon.
Arena Kings Season 9 is in full swing. For one Wednesday, Hikaru Nakamura will not win the tournament because he's playing in the FIDE Grand Prix, which we're watching right here, right now. But you will not want to miss the action in Arena Kings happening every Wednesday. It is a fun event featuring many great chess streamers and content creators. So Arena Kings happening today, this Wednesday, and every Wednesday indeed. So Ketty, back to the FIDE Grand Prix. We mentioned Hikaru Nakamura. Surprise, surprise, everybody in chat. He is playing in this tournament. He is one of the 16 players participating, and he is playing against Andrei Yesipenko. We've tuned into his game several times today already, but let me know where you want to go right now, Ketty.
Why don't we take very, very quick look to the other games like Aronian and you'll see what happened here. We have this end game with knight on d5, pawn on bishop is hanging on f4, and the pawn on c7 is also under attack. Can we give the final evaluation here in this position?
Well, the engine still says 0.1 better for white. So just as mentioned, but I actually think that's a little bit misleading because this position, to my eyes, doesn't look just completely equal. For example, if you played bishop e6, so you give up your bishop on f4 for this bishop on c4. And once we get down this variation here, after rook c3, c7 is going to fall. d6 can be weak. The knight feels like it's a very good piece against the bishop in this endgame. And yeah, black should be able to hold this, but I don't think it's as straightforward as the eval bar would make it seem.
And bishop e6 now is on the board. We might see this continuation here as white is pretty much to take the bishop on f4, right?
Yes, after bishop e6, we are actually going to see exactly this. Takes and rook c3, and Levon Aronian, he's a brilliant player, throughout all stages of the game, but his endgame technique is very, very high class. So I think we'll be able to see Grigor Parin fight, claw for this draw because it's not going to be that simple.
That is right. So, all right. This is going to the end game already, and this can slow down a little bit of the things. Why don't we take the bird's eye view back and check out the second game in this group, Nakamura versus Yesipenko.
Wait, Hikaru's playing in this tournament? I didn't know that. I had no idea. It's not like every single person watching this tournament has mentioned if Hikaru is playing, but yes, he is playing. He suffered defeat in his first game against Levon Aronian, and right now with the white pieces, Ketty, like the bishop on d3, like the queen on f3, like the 95, but what next? Because if you're not careful, if you give black some time to coordinate, a knight coming to e4 may not be so nice to deal with, but for now, white really controls the board.
It really controls the board, and the question that comes to my mind, is there some sort of kinside attack with g4, g5 right away?
Oh, so you want to play g4 right now and just... Interesting. What if I play knight e4? I don't know if it's good. It just looks possible. So,
just looks possible.
I mean, if you take on e4 and I take back, and you take with the queen, threatening checkmate, I play this move g6, and now there's a problem for white's king on the long diagonal. There's this move f6 that can be played. It's looking pretty messy because knight takes e5 is a huge threat against your queen and against this bishop. Oh, this is good for black if you go all in, going for checkmate.
That's what actually black is waiting here. Some little bit of inaccuracy, as you mentioned. G4 can be too much to play. How about bishop f5? This is another natural looking move to hit the rook on c8.
Makes perfect sense. The rook probably will slide up to c7, where it just makes sure the f7 pawn is defended. And now g4, black may have g6 with the tempo against this bishop. And I still think in many of these positions, black is going to play knight to e4.
Right. Yeah, knight e4 seems to be a very good resource there for black. All right. It's not, it looks like pretty. All these pieces are good looking, but white cannot really move that easily, right?
No, because g4 is one of those moves you really can't take back. And pawn pushes, they're there to stay, or you're going to keep pushing forward. So G4, it's an aggressive move. It looks like a good move, but just to show what happens if you take on E4 with the bishop after all this pawn on D4 is hanging here and your queen's under attack. So even though the knight on C6 may look pinned, knight takes D4 attacks a more valuable piece, and bishop takes D4 will just lose you the game because your king's in check, your bishop is under attack twice, you lose a piece.
Ooh, that's not good for white indeed. How about to bring rook to F1 to D1 to E, just to avoid this very variation?
Okay, so rook D1 just to defend this pawn on D4. It looks completely reasonable. And now I don't think I want to play knight E4 just yet, but I want to set up knight to E4 at some point. G6, not out of the question, especially if the rook left the F file. I feel less scared about the move F5. This knight isn't exactly defended too many times. So G6 comes to mind. Knight A5. Keddy is another option. Maybe at some point, knight C4, knight E4. These knights are just kind of jumping all over the place.
I like knight A5 in this position. I was thinking of knight E7, but actually knight A5 makes more sense here, as it can also jump on B3 just to annoy this rook on C1.
Yeah, I think that Andre, he's sort of defending his king with counterplay, and Hikaru plays rook E1, likely just taking away the E4 square from the knight, and that might be the most precise move in the position. And now Andre has to come up with a move of his own, whether that's G6 because the rook left the F file, whether it's rook C7. We were talking about this idea before, maybe trying to double the rooks on the E file. But this knight on E5 is such a thorn in Black's side. It blocking all of Black's play for the moment. So Andre's gonna have to operate around it.
Yeah, that's right. We do have one game already ended in the Group B, and this game is Daniil Dubov against Shafir Mamedyarov. Let's very quickly take a look what happened in this game and how they agreed on a draw.
They found a funny way to agree on a draw. That in this position, after rook to E3 was played, is just where we left off, rook E7. So Mamedyarov found the way to stop the d pawn from pushing, bishop C3, rook D7, and bishop A5, rook C8, bishop back, and fourth, and they made a draw in this manner.
Yeah, Dubov is very creative player. Even he wants to make draws in this way, right? He could just no, he cannot make a draw. He can't offer a draw. They had to repeat the moves, as I understand.
And I think it makes sense because white actually could be in danger of having a worse position. Queen now coming to E6, knight to F4, an idea we were talking about long ago, that all of a sudden Black is the one who is pressing forward here. And without the move D4, and you need your bishop on the A1, H8 diagonal to make D4 a good looking move, then Black is just pushing forward here with this queen E6 and so on. So I don't think that white's in any danger, but I also don't think that white is better. So Daniil said, let me end this game before I potentially get in some trouble here.
Yeah, right. So this was move, the game hand has ended move 26, and they're gonna take a rest for the rest of the evening and get ready for tomorrow's round. Let's very quickly take a look at the bird's eye view, and I see that some things has been changed in the game of Predke and Wesley So, as they have started to play really fast.
Okay, so I pulled up that game here. Predke with the white pieces taking on Wesley So, and I see some knights on E3 and D4, but I also see 3 pieces for Black, 3 heavy pieces down the D file here, and it's actually Black's turn. So it looks like there's a free piece, Keddy, but looks can be deceiving.
Oh, you don't want to take this knight on D4, because if you take the knight, white will take your rook. You have to take the with a queen, and this is not very good replacement of the queen and the rook, as white can play rook to D1, attack the queen and the rook in the end, and Black cannot really save the rook.
No, queen takes F6 would be the only way to do so, but that's not legal. So you're going to lose either in exchange or have to sacrifice your queen. But this type of position, oh, I dropped the queen 2 squares short. This is just a terrible situation for Black. It's losing. Sometimes you can do this and say, I can hold a draw. nah, here you're going to lose. So this last move was knight e3, Ketty, just giving up this knight on d4. Clearly, these knights are aiming for the f5 square. So I do believe that black needs to be more careful than white does, because if a knight gets to f5, this king on g8, it's not necessarily going to get checkmated, but it has to watch out for some attacks.
Can we resume that white is just better because of these active knights and a little bit more space on the queen side, and it compensates the control of the d file of black?
Yes, for sure. I mean, I think that for Wesley right now, he'll probably move his queen away because let's say you make a move like a5, just random like this, you see the evaluation go up very high because knight f5, as mentioned, is going to be a problem. This rook actually has nowhere to go. You go rook b6, I play c5 and trap your rook, and you're also moving away from the d file. The knights defend one another, so this would be a losing situation. So I think Wesley has no choice but to move his queen right now. Probably e8, and then this knight still comes to f5, and black is holding on according to the engine. It just looks like it should be good for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautiful looks. Knights in the center. Shall we very quickly take a look at the game of Hikaru and Esipenko, as we do have some really interesting changes in this position.
Okay, pulled it up here, and b4 was played after the knight came to a5, and that's a big decision by Hikaru because he's inviting this knight into c4, but it looks like his claim is the bishop on b7 is not defended. So after knight c4, if you take on c4 here with, let's just say, the bishop, you can't take with the d pawn, which is how you'd like to capture. Instead, you have to take with the b pawn, and white would have given up the wrong diagonal. Here we go. d3 to h7, this diagonal, the attack. But black's bishop is not very strong here either. So it's a really big decision by Hikaru to play b4 because it changes the entire nature of the game.
True. And I'm really curious because rook e1 was played to avoid knight e4, right? So knight a5 was responded by Esipenko, and why not g4 here? As you cannot play knight e4 anymore. If you play knight c4, I'm okay for the moment. I can push g5 and then sacrifice my bishop on h7, bring queen to h5, and take f7 pawn with a check.
I think he still would have played knight e4. Like, you know, this move knight e4 is just so frustrating to deal with because you want to take with a knight. You don't want to give up your bishop, especially as it opens up this diagonal. Takes. And at this point, you have to take with the bishop and takes, queen takes. This position, even though white's up a pawn, the king on g1 is less safe suddenly than the king on g8. f6 doesn't actually work, which is a big deal. Let's say you try to win a piece with pawn to f6 here. I think now white has this move pawn to b4. So that's very far down this path here. But b4, this knight has nowhere good to go. And that means that if you go into b3, I think you're probably going to see this knight lost for this knight on e5, and it still is unclear because the engine says only 0.6 better for white, 0.6 of a pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So before was played really fast by Hikaru here. Seems like he's ready for knight c4 move, as we have just seen earlier. Knight b3 seems to be knight trapped there on b3.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not for sure Esipenko's choice here. After knight b3, you don't go rook b1 right away because it can fall for knight d2 trap, but you can just move this rook on c2 just to avoid this, and then you can attack with another rook to this knight.
Yeah, and you know this knight is not going anywhere, so knight b3 looks like a move that it's gone too far into enemy territory. So knight c4 it has to be the move. And I am very curious how Hikaru will respond here because I don't want to give up this bishop on d3, but I also don't want to allow this knight to stay on c4. It attacks a3. It just, this knight e4 move at some point still is an option. So knight d2, by the way, and then knight e4, just to get your knight into the e4 square in this manner. I'm starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, if not for bishop takes c4, B takes C4. I think white's king is safe, but black has the bishop pair, and I don't know. Andre's fighting here.
Maybe he wants to play knight a4, knight c5.
Could be. Bring that knight into activity, though that gives this knight the e4 square. If I can play f6 and kick your knight out of e5, black is very happy. So that's what Andre will aim for, is just somehow to play this knight to e4 and play pawn to f6, which seems reasonable.
Yes, that is true. So we are waiting here Andre's move. He has 29 minutes right now. Their time is more or less like equal here, around 30-35 minutes. So we're gonna keep the eye on this game and gonna bring the bird's eye view and check out the other games. Giri was struggling earlier. Do we have some changes in his position?
Wow, yeah, a couple moves have been played on that board, and I can pull that game up right now. It looks like d4 was thrown in by Anish. So after e5, which is where we left off, pawn takes e5, knight takes, and bishop e2 makes perfect sense, defending the pawn that was under attack, not giving up your bishop. And d4 by Anish is actually a thematic pawn sacrifice, because if you take on d4 and you look at this position, double isolated pawns, isolated h pawn, now an isolated d pawn. It's an extra pawn, but it's also one that's very easy to attack. And if you try to keep your pawn, this knight comes to d4, this knight may come to f5. These knights are very, very strong here. So black has great compensation for the sacrifice pawn.
This pawn structure of white reminds me of the game of Dubov and Dominguez yesterday, where Dubov actually had hanging pawns in the center, and here white has isolated pawns. It's even weaker than Dubov's game, and we know how that game ended. And black had really nice victory. So after rook c5, which we have on the board, knight is hanging. Is he going to get this knight back on c6 to support d4 pawn?
So he could go knight c6. He could also play d3, which we saw Wesley So do yesterday against Sam Shanklin, just to push that pawn all the way up, attack this bishop, because after d3, rook takes e5, pawn takes e2. That's a scary pawn. And it says slightly better for black. It's probably one and only one way for white to, and d3 was just played, by the way, only one way for white to survive this position, because if you let knight c4 happen and rook d1, you're allowing black to get a new queen.
No, that's not good. So after d3, what white should do there? Maybe bishop d1?
But bishop d1, just to keep this pawn defended, then this knight comes to c4, and I mean, that pawn is not going anywhere. It's there to stay. For
a moment, I thought you led me to take the knight on c4 twice, but I see you want to fork rook and the knight with b5.
Yep. It looks like it would be good, and it would be good for white if not for this b5 move. If I make any other move, white is probably just winning with the two minor pieces. The knight just comes back to c3, and white will bring the king in the center and get this pawn. White would be winning, but b5 is the fork at the end of the road here, which just gets black a minor piece, and that would leave black ahead by an exchange.
Yeah, that's what black actually wants here. So after knight c4, is this bishop d1 here only move, or there's another options too for white?
Well, according to the evaluation bar, that this is just fine for white. I'm guessing knight c3 is necessary to just get the pawn. It still looks like a situation where black will have so much activity, even knight f5, rook to d2, things like this. I look at this position and I actually like black's chances in this endgame. So I would not want to play like this from Tabatabay's perspective. I think Anish suddenly is taking over the game.
Yeah, that's I also have a feeling like the knight c4 also looks very beautiful move here. And we do have another game ended, and this is Nikita Vitugov and Yu Youngi. They made draw, and let's very quickly take a look. Was that a repetition?
It was. In fact, this game, d4 was finally played. We mentioned the rook went to d1 to play d4. He does it, and the queen went to a5, and then the queen went to h5. So just the reason why the queen moved from a5 is if you make a move like pawn to h6, just a quiet move, knight d5 is the threat, because the queen on a5 is left undefended, which means you have to do something about it and trade. And then knight takes e7 is check. then I take your queen, and you may win your piece back, but it'll cost you at least one pawn. So that would be a losing turn of events for black. So the queen instead went over to h5, rook e1, rook d1, centralization, and Ketty, these types of positions, very, very solid for black. So after h3, g6, we see some shuffling of knight d4 and back to f3 because the rook came to c6 to keep d6 defended. It makes perfect sense. And then Vityugov said, let me just go back and forth.
Yeah, so hard to find here any improvement in this kind of positions, unless one side really tries too hard. And seems like none of the players today, they were not in the mood to risk in this position. So we have 2 draws so far. You said 5 draws today.
I said there'd be 5 draws.
Yeah, all right. This goes to your way. As I said, 4 draws and 4 decisive results. Let's very quickly take a look at the bird's eye view and check out other games and updates.
Okay, so that end game in the top left between Levon and Grigori, that we were looking at that type of position. So Levon will try to press that end game, but Grigori is holding the balance. The game between Yesipenko and Nakamura, I'm telling you, he went knight a4 to c5, but now that the black knight's on e4, it's starting to look very good for Andre. So Hikaru's in a bit of a tough spot. Shankland, that's the second from the left on the bottom row there. He's just equal. Maybe he actually could be even worse in this endgame because it's a rook for white for a bishop and 2 pawns. But I mean, I think that white has the better chances, if anybody. And elsewhere, yeah, everything else looks relatively stable. Dominguez, though, he's up a pawn in the top right. So many interesting games.
Yeah, let's take a look at this game of Dominguez and Kmar, as we do have a lot of pieces off the board from the last moment we checked it out.
Right, it was here. Rook takes, whoa. I was just like, oh, rook takes e4, but he plays rook takes e4, Ketty, actually giving up material because while Vincent took with the rook on e4, bishop e4, knight e4, you have to take on h6, otherwise it's 2 pieces for a rook. And then he just wanted to play, this is such high level stuff. He would have played knight g3. Oh no, knight g5 I think is covered by too much, but he just plays for the light squares. Like this knight can come to f5 or to h5. This knight can join the party. And it says zeros on the evaluation bar, which means that white is doing pretty well. Because if you're up material and still says 0, I'm worried about this king.
Oh, wow. Knight f5 can be played next move. And another knight is just perfect here regarding d4 pawn. And this d4 pawn, on the other hand, stops dark square bishop being active. What can do some fancy moves, rook a3, rook b3, to bring this rook on the 3rd rank to give some checks there. And with this open king, white can always have checks and just draw if he can't find anything better.
I mean, that was, I'm going to go back to this moment again. Rook takes e4 was not at all on my radar. We mentioned bishop g5, bishop f4, knight takes e4, rook takes e4. It wasn't even in, I didn't think it was legal. It was so far away from my thought process. And Dominguez, he has been showing just tremendous form. And of course, he's one of the best players in the world. But rook takes e4 here. Vincent says, I don't want any problems. I don't want my king to be unsafe. So he took with the rook on e4 instead. And after knight takes d5, this is when Dominguez drops his bishop to g5. Because if you take on e4 thinking you get my queen, I get yours, the problem is the bishop on b6 is hanging at the end. White would actually be up a piece. So d takes e4 was not available after bishop to g5 here. The queen goes to d7. And now Dominguez plays knight c5. He does not want to allow pawn takes e4 clearly. So he goes knight c5. And after bishop takes, this queen's under attack and it seals a pawn. So the bishop hops back, to f8 here. But Ketty, white is now a pawn ahead. And it's the kingside pawn here. Pretty clear pawn.
Yeah, it's just missing. And I was just thinking how this started. And it started with knight e4, pawn capture, and then bishop h6. And from that moment, we had a lot of tactics here at this point. And turns out that Dominguez is winning now out of all of this. And I think he can do knight e5 now, activate the knight, get very good square for this knight. White has double pawns on b file. They are not pretty, let's be honest, but it's extra. It's just an extra pawn.
It's a pawn up, and it's just going to be a difficult task for Vincent here because, well, what's Black's plan? So if I were to give Black a free move, maybe rook e8, but no, rook e8 hangs the a6 pawn. Maybe queen e6, but then what? Queen d6 at some point to attack b4. This bishop can drop to d2. So I don't quite see how Black is going to continue either, even though White has nothing more to attack just yet. So knight e5 looks completely reasonable. Rook to c1 at some point I would think about, though not until Black has to deal with this a6 pawn being hanging. So White is better. That's clear. I don't quite see how Dominguez should continue, even though you want to be a pawn ahead.
How about knight e5? Just have this knight over here, and then to push h4, h5, h6 to use that extra pawn on the h file.
Yeah, you have to watch out for f6, but once you can move your bishop back, say to d2.
Yeah, back on d2.
Yeah, because f6 is not really a move you want to play, and you see the evaluation bar actually creep up because it creates problems in the light squares. So even knight d3, this knight can go to f4, hits the queen, hits the pawn. The knight can go to c5 in here. Take me, please, help my pawn structure. So this is not what you want to see from Black's perspective. So f6, that makes me like knight e5 even more. So Ketty, your decision to play the knight there is even more appealing if f6, and there it goes, if f6 is not a good decision for Black.
Ooh, knight e5 is now on the board. So queen has to move. If queen goes to d6, then to attack the b4 pawn, actually bishop j2. Looks very passive, but for a moment holds the position. And maybe White can also try to get the knight on d3 and c5 and just get light square bishop out of all of this.
No, that's just good. Because let's make some... I'm trying to find a random bishop h7, knight d3. We get this position here. Now White's up a clear pawn. It's not going to be easy to win necessarily because that pawn advantage will only be felt, let's say, if the queens come off in the pure endgame. But if we trade all the pieces, and I will just force that to happen, and I will not take any pawns. I'm just going to trade everything. Please don't get upset, everybody. I know b4 is hanging, but I just want to trade pieces somehow. So here, bishop d6, queen takes, like this. That's what I'm aiming for. Now White plays h4, g4, and we'll have an outside pass pawn over here. It's still not sure that's winning because all these pawns are on light squares, and that's a bishop on a dark square. But that's what White ideally is aiming for, is to at least trade the queens and then use the pawn to his advantage.
Yeah, that's right. So it seems that Dominguez has a really risk-free position, and when you're a leader, you want next games to be with 2 results only. So this is quite a good situation for Dominguez, and he can also try to come up with another idea. As each pawn is missing, I still believe there can be some sort of like kingside attack with the pawn to expose more even this side. So we're gonna see what Dominguez will come up here in this position. Why don't we take the bird's eye view and check out if we have any more updates?
Okay, well, we still have 6 games remaining. 2 draws are in the books. Hikaru Nakamura against Andrei Sapenko, second from the left in the top row there. Not too much has changed, but the light square pieces are good for Black. It looks like Levon, he is down a pawn still. Will he be able to win it back? That's the big question. But the biggest evaluation bar lead, Ketty, is the one that we were just looking at between Dominguez and Keimer. So the games are pretty level throughout these groups here.
Seems like, and in the game of Tabatabai and Anish Giri, we do have this and game where Tabatabai found the move knight c3. Now he hits the pawn on e2. So we were talking about this position. And would you like to go in the game of Aronian again and check out how he can get through from this endgame?
Well, according to the current position, the eval here, that Black may even be the side slightly for choice. And the last few moves, okay, they're moving quickly now, very quickly. All the moves are coming in, but bishop e6, knight takes f4, bishop c4, rook c3. And after b5, Levon could have taken on b5 to take c7, but I'm guessing he figured that in this position, so many trades have happened that it should be a straightforward path for black to hold here. Maybe it's rook c8 to trade rooks. Maybe just put a rook on b8 to go after this b2 pawn. But either way, we see the evaluation bar saying it's just an equal position. And Levon instead played rook d1, and then Grigori played rook a7. And after b3, this bishop is getting kicked. Bishop e6, a takes b5, and rook b8. And he played the move e5. Wow.
Oh, this is too ugly for black, because you know what? If you take the e5 pawn, then white is going to take the bishop and double these pawns in the center. The rook comes on c5 to guard b5 and also attack e5 pawn.
Wow. Yeah, no, white clearly has a more flexible game plan, but I think even here, black is just ready to take this pawn and then go for this one. So like if you go rook d7, this is the one thing that white could hope for, is going for the g7 pawn. But after rook g8, I mean, black is ahead by a pawn. This pawn on b3 is loose. So I don't really think that Levon, despite the sparks by the move e5, it doesn't look like he can really win this game. At best, he'll be slightly better, but I think Oparin has everything covered.
But what e5 here brings for white is at least equal position, because if the things goes wrong, white has double pawns on b file. There's a bishop against knight, so black might not be any worse here in this position.
No, I think this game is just going to fizzle out. I mean, all the pieces are traded. Pawn takes e6 is forced. Pawn takes d6. Pawn takes d6. Rook takes d6. And here, rook to b7. Rook takes pawn. Rook takes pawn. This is just a very clear draw. So I think that this game is about to end in a draw. Oparin, for the second day in a row, putting up good defense with the black pieces. And Levon, okay, he won game one. He would have loved to get a win against the lowest rated player in the group with the white pieces, but he'll be okay with 1.5 of the two. He's not going to be too upset.
It will be very okay. And he'll also take a look at the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Esipenko. Let's also jump to that game and check out what is happening. We had 94, the final move from Esipenko, and Hikaru goes for queen e2. What's the idea of queen e2?
Well, if you're ever going to take on e4, like he could have done a moment ago, after pawn takes e4, the queen is unfortunately under attack. So that gives black time to potentially put the bishop on d5, the queen on d5, things like that. So with the queen coming to e2 here, now knight takes e4 is a threat. So if you make some randomly h6, you're going to see the evaluation bar say that wasn't a very good move. And actually, knight takes e4, pawn takes e4. This pawn is hanging here, and white can capture it. So not the end of the world, since this bishop is very strong, but not what black wants, ideally.
That is right. And we have a5 from Esipenko. He goes on the queen side pawn. You also take b4 pawn to create a weakness there on that square.
It's a great move. It's a really, really good move. And in the event of knight takes e4, these kind of variations, first of all, knight takes c4 will drop this pawn on f4 in many cases, and the white king is less safe than the black king. So I think that Esipenko, he's going for this active play, opening up the position for his bishops, because he's got the bishop pair, and that means the open diagonals will help him out in such a dynamic. So Hikaru, I think he has a tougher position to play. I could see a variation, Keddy, where knight c5, exchange sacrifice over here, where this pawn is hanging on b5. I want to push d4 and open up my bishop on a8. This pawn a3 is hanging. I'm sacrificing pieces that aren't mine because I can, but I think the point still holds that white has a lot to figure out here.
Two bishops are totally worthy for this sacrifice. And we do have another result here. And guess what? The game of Maxim Vashalik and Sam Shankland ended in a draw. Let's very quickly take a look how this game ended.
Okay, so that game finished as a draw. The last few moves, well, we saw after rook takes a8, rook takes g4. What a move by Shankland. Rook d8, and he gets the two pawns and the bishop for the rook. And the rooks came off very quickly right around here with rook h8. And after this trade, the knight on e6 and a rook on h7 would have to team up to have any chance to win. So that's what Maxime wanted. But after rook h7, king c8, if you go knight e6, then black can play bishop d7, kicking the knight out, and you can go back and forth. So instead, in this game here, they played check and just agreed to a draw of rook h7, rook h8, king b7, king c8.
There's no chance to attack f6 pawn here, like knight h5, right?
So like, let's say knight coming to h5 to go for the pawn, it can just go to f5. And I guess Maxime figured even if he wins this pawn, it should still be a draw, but it's actually not that easy to win the pawn anyway if the bishop joins in the defense. So yeah, the winning chances are very slim, only if you can get to the c7 pawn, which Sam was not going to allow. So the game concluded with that the rook h7 and rook h8 and just a draw.
Right, so we do have a third draw over here, and other games are still in progress, but Levon Aronian and Grigory Oparin are also leading into the drawish end game as we have their rooks only now. Let's very quickly take a look at the bird's eye view. And Robert, do you think any complications here can happen from any of the sides?
Definitely not in the Levon game against Grigory, so that game should be a draw. I think Dominguez, he has a very good chance to win. Yesepenko and Hikaru, I mean, either side could get this game. I do like Andrei's position right now. Predke, I still am a fan of his position with his control of the open files, but the eval bar is not so impressed. And then Anish and Tabatabai in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that looks like with proper play, it should still be a hold, and many level games today.
It is. Robert, it's our time to take a break right now, and we are hoping to come back right before the third game ends in a draw. We promise to come back before that, you guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Christopher Yu's puzzle score that he just threw up in a practice round. Let's bring that up.
Look at
Dude,
that.
he's just throwing down, putting up a casual 47.
Chill. I just got out of bed, sipped some water, 47. He got to 50, but that's 48. He can close the gap. 26 seconds left. He can't get another one wrong.
Oh my God. Dude,
He
if you
finds
pulls
it,
off the
still
comeback,
two.
you had to win by 2 heading in this last round. Oh, Ridley,
52. I don't know what's about to happen. I have no idea what is about to happen. You can hold your breath for 10 seconds here.
strike. Oh no, Christopher goes out
Chris
with
is
2
out.
strikes.
Oh wait,
but he got 2.
Oh my goodness.
Are we tied?
It's tied, right? That's the
Oh my
2.
God,
That's
we're
plus
tied.
2. Men out here beating himself up. Let's get that on camera. That 52. Wow.
Oh my God, Midley was tapping his head. He's like, what's going on here?
46.
Okay.
Extending.
Oh, I'm nervous.
I am too. Like, I don't know what's gonna. 20 seconds.
Oh no,
This is
why
down
am
to the wire
talking like
chat.
this? Oh, he gets
Oh, it's
53, but he
over.
misses it.
Oh my
Midley
goodness.
strikes out.
He's out of there.
Christopher Yu
there.
moves on.
Wow, Christopher,
Oh
you what
my
to do?
Gosh,
Your
bro.
hard flex from a young fella. Wow.
Dude, this is the best mutual run we've had all day. 53 and 52.
Absolutely. 53, 52.
2 people
Ooh,
at 53.
What on earth are they doing?
Oh
They're running
my
up the check
gosh.
Hikaru's got
Hikaru's
52.
got 52.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
With more time,
And he's got
gonna beat him.
53.
He's got 53.
He's gonna beat him.
He beats
He's gonna beat
Jeffrey.
him. Andrew has 52 though.
Check,
Andrew has
check.
52. Oh my God. Andrew has 52.
Oh my goodness. 53,
Oh my God.
52. Jeffrey
Where did
could
he take
lose. He
And
got
he's
it.
got 53. He got it. He got it.
God.
The last run.
The last run?
53.
This is insane.
What?
Oh my lands, there's
Man.
20 seconds left. Can he get to 52 or 53?
Green.
He gets to
My
51.
goodness.
He gets to 52. Jimis with the third strike.
What a
Big
show.
trouble here.
Sheesh.
53. Oh
Woo.
my
All
goodness,
green.
he's gonna go 54.
Big Ray.
Oh
and
my
have
God,
a
he's gonna
nice
get
day.
55.
Wow. Put caps
Yeet.
on my
he
name.
almost made 55. He gets a 10-point lead.
54.
And not a single strike. Jimis has 51 as well. What a great way to end a fantastic Puzzle Battle World Championship. Just look at this, 53-52.
That's how you end it.
Ray Robson is, for the 3rd time in a row, the Puzzle Battle World Champion.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, the final stage. I'm Kenny, this is Robert, and we do have still a lot of games in the progress, Robert. And let's very quickly take a look at the bird's eye view and check out which is the game we want to jump right now.
Okay, still 5 games going, and some of them further along than others. I mean, some really interesting moments in these games. I think the one between Hikaru Nakamura, Andrei Yesipenko, it has the most pieces on the board, and there's a lot of tension in the center. So that one we'll have to keep our eye on. And of course, the game between Dominguez in the top right and Vincent Keimer, he's up a pawn. He remains up a pawn. So Lenier has very good chances.
That is right. And the game of Tabatabaya and Anish Giri, we do have here a bit of changed pawn structure. Now Black has the majority on the queen side, and White has double pawns on the king side. Let's very quickly go to this game and check out what's the chances for these 2 players.
Okay, so this all happened at this moment. D3, rook takes e5, take on e2. The knight came to c3, and then the knight came to c4. So Amin goes back with rook to e4 to attack the knight. He wanted to force this line here, that the knight would take the pawn and then the knight would take the other pawn. So this all happens, and now Anish plays b5. So honestly, I look at this, Keddy, I like the extra pawn on the outside of the board for Black. I think that Anish has all of the winning chances in this position, unless White can play rook c7, rook e7, and double on the 7th rank over here. It looks like Black, with the next move, knight to c4, should be the side for choice because it's 1 pawn against 2, so easier to create a pass pawn, and White's extra pawn is doubled. So it's not that simple for White to create a pass pawn of his own.
It's right here after rook e7, what Black can do is either to trade the rooks on d1, and this will get the better situation for Black, as now a second rook cannot get on this 7th rank. Or another option, what Black has here is knight c4 to cut the file for the rook, so white will struggle to get second rook on the 7th rank.
Yeah, and here with rook to c1 blocked off, white can play the move a4, just try to trade the pawns, and then his knight will come to d4. So I don't really think that Amin is in too much danger here because he's just trying to trade off these pawns and bring the knight to a nice centralized square. It looks like it should be level, and we'll see how Anish reacts to rook e7, rook d1 check. It's possible to play like this, but it's a bit awkward because the knight on d1, it's sort of out of play for the moment at least, and white can play rook c7 or rook, somewhere here, bring this knight to not there to d4, and it seems like white should be very stable.
Right. There is also another move, rook to d2 for black to hit the knight, and if you move this knight away, like knight d4, then black can play. Can black play rook f2 and then knight d3?
Well, I'm just not going to take your rook. You're going to take on f2, and I'm going to throw my rook down to c7, and I'm just going to use my 2 rooks on the 7. You only have 1 rook on the 2nd rank here. You need that 2nd rook to come into the game, somehow land on d2. Not happening, of course, and then white is just going to deliver the checks and win material along the 7th rank.
Oh, that's really scary threat here to get this 2nd rook on the 7th rank. So Giri has to make a move here to go against it. And there's rook d1, one opportunity to trade rooks, another is knight c4. Anything else? Maybe rook c8?
Yeah, rook c8 looks pretty reasonable. And if you don't trade, then these rooks start coming down to the 2nd rank over here. But if you do trade, after it takes rook a7, you probably have to play rook c6. Here comes the knight to d4 with a tempo. And if you play rook b6, this type of situation, I mean, if black can get the pawns going or get knight c4 in to get this pawn, then all of a sudden black is better. But moves like rook c7 are very nice because if you try to win this pawn, I have a4 to undermine the defense of your knight here. So I do think that this game still remains in the balance. It should still be a hold, but black is definitely the side that can try to play for a win, even though objectively it's equal.
Yeah, it was nicely spotted by Anish to put e5 and then d4. Those 2 moves were the most critical here in this position and in this game. And seems like now this is really safely here for white, seeing all these variations. And what is happening into the end game of Aronian and Oparin? Let's once again take a look at that position, as seems like they both want to still keep it go and not end the game in a draw yet.
Yeah, but I see zeros. It looks like zeros. It's very equal ending here. Neither side can make progress because this pawn on b3 requires both of these rooks' attention. If you want the e4 pawn, you're going to have to give up the b3 one. I like to suggest moves and ways to keep the games going, but right here, it just feels like it's completely level. And even if, let's say rook takes h5, and I'm going to just, I don't know how I can even do this, but I was going to try to give away the a pawn as well. So like, all right, I'm just going to make some random moves, and you can't take me on h3. Even if the king were here, this is still a drawn position, right? It's a 1 pawn on 2 on the same side of the board. It's a pretty straightforward draw for black. So I don't think there's any danger for Oparin, and for Levon, there similarly is no danger. The game is just very equal.
They both truly deserved in this game not to lose, right? We have seen beautiful maneuvering by Aronian with rook on the 3rd rank. And we also saw beautiful move of knight d5 found by Oparin. So they totally, both of them played really, really nicely today. All right, we do have a little bit of changes in the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Esipenko. Let's very quickly take a look. Right now, Hikaru just captured the knight on e4, and Esipenko took it back with a d5 pawn.
Okay, so that was a big turn of events just now. Right there, knight takes an e4. Finally, the knight tension has been removed. pawn takes, and knight takes c4 here. So for Yasipenko, who's down a pawn at the moment, he can take on b4, he can take on f4, and he doesn't have to take either. He can make this move queen d5, which also looks pretty annoying with e3 is a big threat. I mean, look at this. If queen a5, trying to trade queens, down goes that eval bar, because e3 is a brilliant shot, threatening checkmate in one. If you take the queen on d5, I take on f2 with check, and then take the queen back. Black is up a piece and will be winning. And if you say, all right, I'll just take this pawn on e3, attack your queen again, protect, and offer that queen trade, there's rook takes e3, removing the guard of the checkmate down on g2. And you say, I'll trade queens, because if you take my queen, I take your rook, extra material for white. Don't forget about rook takes e1 with check, followed by bishop takes queen, an extra piece for black. So I really like the look of queen d5 in the initial position, and he plays queen e6 instead. But queen d5 had the threat of e3, but he chooses queen e6.
I love that move, queen d5. And the way how you imitated me to say that move. But you know what? E3 was actually a real threat here, even without playing knight a5, because your knight cannot take on e3 as the queen on a2 is hanging, and then you're going to have a checkmate. But oh, whoa, there's bishop e3 coming, and the queen from a2 also guards the g2 pawn. So,
yeah.
Okay.
I guess the queen on d5 can be kicked at some point with an eventual knight e3, so queen e2, then knight e3, things like that. But queen e6, it takes advantage of the pin on the knight. It also opens up a second attacker on b4. So even if white plays rook b1, you're still losing that pawn very directly. And if you're not careful, in comes the bishop to d5, and that pin is going to be a problem. So black's position is clearly better.
Yeah, black is getting slow and better. Queen e2 has been played now to avoid this pin, and I believe bishop d5 was a serious threat there to pin the knight, and then white could have really hard time to unpin the knight. So queen e2, here we have it. And do you think bishop b4 will be next move of black?
I'm not sure. Bishop takes b4 or rook takes b4, because both are possible here. Both look pretty good. Taking with the rook does make sense, because it puts pressure on the knight and you can double on the open file. So I guess a slight preference for rook takes b4, but bishop takes b4 does hit this rook here, and that rook will have to move somewhere like d or f1, which is not that appealing. So you can choose. They both look good, but probably rook takes b4 is more at my alley.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I can see that Aronian has ended the game against Operin, and they made a draw in the end game. So this is our fourth draw. And yeah, this game was really beautiful, Robert.
Yeah, the draw has been agreed in that game, and it was exactly how we thought it would go. The rook came to c4. You can win the e4 pawn. You're going to lose b3. We talked about this. The pawns are getting traded. There's nothing left, no life. So Aronian, he moves to 1/2 out of 2. Oparin, 2 games the black, 2 draws, which means in the final stretch of this Grand Prix leg, he gets 3 whites and only 1 black. So he will have a chance to strike with the first move advantage. Don't count Grigori Oparin out.
That is really good news. And here we do have main focus on the players who has a chance to qualify to the candidates tournament. But let's not forget that there is a lot of things on the table, as we do have 150,000 euro prize fund. Let's very quickly bring up the prizes on the board, and the winner will get 24,000, the runner-up will get 18,000, and that's what really matters, how many games you can score here. You can get extra 2,000 euros, which is not so bad, Robert.
Yeah, and if we're being honest, all these players at the top, they care way more about what happens after this tournament, making the candidates. But the prize fund, winning 24,000 euros is not bad at all. But it's going to be much more than that once they make their way to the candidates, and that's the winner of this Grand Prix leg. Very likely will be the second qualifier for the candidates, along with Report, who isn't guaranteed, but is pretty guaranteed to make the candidates.
Yes, and here we have once again the report, and we can check it out that Richard has been played already 2 Grand Prix out of 3, and he has collected 20 points. And right now he is at home watching the games and trying to support the ones that they are not his opponent, obviously. Hikaru Nakamura has very good chances also to take a seat at the candidates tournament. Andrekin is out of the competition of the 3rd rank, and we do have Levon Aronian and Anish Giri together with Leonard Dominguez right now having really good chances to qualify at the candidates 2022 in June, which will happen in Madrid.
Yes, so Dominguez, he'll need to win his group and then make his way towards the final of the competition at the very least. And Nakamura, I mean, he came into the event with great chances, but if he were to lose this game against Andrei Yesipenko, which we see in the second from the left in the top row here, I mean, then he's not eliminated yet, but he almost certainly will not win the group if he loses the first 2 games.
That's also true. All right, which is the game that gets your attention, Robert? We follow you.
Follow me. Well, we did see Yesipenko take with a rook on b4, but let's go to the Dominguez game. We haven't been in that one for a while. Not too much has changed exactly, but White has reorganized his pieces. So the queen is now on a3 for Dominguez. It's a bit of an awkward spot, but it is going after this pawn on a6, the rook on e1, bishop on d2. So the pieces are just connected with one another. And can you take this pawn on a6 right now? That's the first thing I was looking at, because the last few moves were knight e5, rook e1, f6 does not work because once the knight moves, the queen is under threat. So he goes rook c8, bishop to d2, bishop to c2, queen over to g3, and then queen over to a3. So the queen provoked the bishop to d6, Ketty, so that it would get in the black queen's way of protecting the a6 pawn. So
I just love this kind of small moves there. It has so much of the sense. And now a6 pawn, I think is hanging. Hold on, black played bishop to e4.
Black played bishop to e4, giving up this a6 pawn, and that's what I was about to ask. Like, what happens if queen takes a6 here? Maybe the rook slams down on c2, but that is a second pawn.
That's right. I'm actually thinking after queen takes a6, maybe black wants to take the knight on e5. And, you can take the queen on a6. I take the queen back. And after d takes e5, my rook will get on c2, attack the bishop. And the pawn, you can play rook to c3. But here, I don't really see any problem for black anymore.
Although, it's 2 extra pawns for white, but it's kind of like 1 extra pawn since these are double. It's a position where black is going to try to hold and white can press this forever. Play a move like f3, king f2, bishop c3, pawn g4, and so on. And black will put up defense there. It's just going to be a long, long, long way to go before you make the draw. So it's not fun to play these positions, but I think if you are objective about it, you're absolutely right. And Vincent would be able to hold this game if he plays properly.
Oh yeah, this 2 pawns actually makes sense. I didn't really count it that it was 2.
It's pretty much 1 though, because
because it's double, but still white will for sure try here to push on the king sides. F3 has been played.
Kicking this bishop out. I actually like this more because of what we were just looking at with the queen trade. It looked like black had pretty good chances to hold. F3 keeps the game more complicated. There are 11 moves to make before the time control is reached. And with Vincent down to 11 minutes, a minute per move, and then you get the increment 30 seconds every single turn. Already, where to put this bishop? Do you take on e5 and then takes with the queens on the board? That looks a little bit riskier. If you move this bishop, is there some useful discovery for white? Can I move my knight to c4, for example, to put pressure on this bishop? Can I move my knight to d3 and to c5? It feels like there's more opportunity for black to go wrong here.
That's right, and Robert, I think what black should try here is to trade dark square bishop for the knight and try to hold the position in the opposite color bishop endgame. maybe there is more chances for Vincent to survive in that case.
So, to
Bishop e5, yeah.
Yeah, the thing though is you're not going to get to the end game. So it is opposite color. Bishops definitely chances for black. But with the queens on the board, I feel like white can stabilize quite quickly and then just try to press forward. It's objectively okay for black. We see the evaluation bar suggesting as much, but it does feel like white can bring his queen to e3, bishop into d4, just slowly make some progress. Maybe these kingside pawns will go forward. And if those pawns do start marching up the board, then the black king will be in danger while white's king is perfectly safe.
Yeah, that's also true. And what's really bad here for Vincent is he will go all the way in passive situation and he will not really fight back for win. And very often it's just pleasant for white to play, and it's not very often ends in a draw, let's say. So.
No, I would hate to have this position for black because white's up one pawn, but we do this thing, right, where we cut the board in half. This is one pawn, and it's almost like white is up two pawns. And thank you to our producer for doing this for us, cutting the board in half with that line right there. When you cut the board in half, white has 4 pawns on 2. So white's up 2 pawns on the king side of the board from the E to the H file. And then black is up 1 pawn in the center. This D5 pawn, it's isolated, it's not really going anywhere. So that actually can be quite dangerous for black in these positions. So I would be unhappy to have this position from black with the queens on the board.
I love this. I love this tool to explain because now you clearly see that white has an extra pawn on the king side by dividing the board in the half. So F3 is on the board and Vincent has only 8 minutes to make very important decision to go to the very passive end game and hold a draw in the opposite color bishop, or to bring this bishop somewhere else and allow white to make these discovery threats on the queen on e6. That's not really easy decision, and he's not having much of the time right now.
It's such a consequential moment here because bishop takes e5. You can't take back this decision, opposite color bishops, but we're talking about this where black still has a lot to prove. And if you just bring the bishop back to f5, I was saying knight c4 just because it attacks the queen and makes the queen decide where to go. But this, you don't really want to trade here. So like, let's say the queen, I was hung the queen. I was on queen h6. That would be bad. But if we get this situation right here, yeah, white's better, still up a pawn, but it's not the same because now it's a 3-on-2 rather than a 4-on-2. And it seems like black should be able to stabilize this.
Yeah, that's different from structure. And one little pawn placement can change a lot in this position indeed. So 7 minutes and he's still trying to find out. But Robert, after bishop moves away, white is not really forced to play knight move, right?
That's
so
true.
Still a6 pawn is hanging. It's on the board. Another thing what white can do is to play bishop c3 for a moment. It looks like a bit weird move that it cuts the queen in the edge of the board, but it also not allows black's rook to get activated on the second rank. I really like this move.
Yeah, it closes that rook down, and as you're saying, white can proceed from there. It's a really, really interesting moment, and it's going to be very instructive to see how the players play from here because Vincent, he's spending a lot of time, and we'll see what move he makes and when he makes it. And we do have another result in the books, by the way. It is our 5th draw of the round. Predke, Wesley So, they have drawn their game, and we haven't checked in that game for a while, but it looks like pieces were traded off, and thus a peaceful result was achieved.
Yeah, after rook takes d1, draw has been made here, and let's very quickly take a look what could happen here after king h2. White's pieces are still very active, right? But I would keep it go here if I were white.
Yeah, I mean the knight on f5 is such a good piece. I guess the queen comes to d7, and then you have an eye on this knight, and there's nowhere to go from here. That's the problem. Is let's say I play queen to d7, like where to next? I would like to get an attack with this knight, but the knight really can't go anywhere that useful. It comes to d4. It looks like black can even bring their knight to f4, just follow suit, and it's hard to see where white can really cause black problems here. And if the queens get traded, black is the one with the outside pass pawn, which is useful because it takes the king on h2 a long time to chase it down, whereas the king on g8 is much closer to the c file.
Yeah, I agree with that. But how about queen b6 move, which just prepares move c5, c6 next, and white c pawn is a little bit farther pushed than a6 pawn.
It's true. No, if anyone could press in the immediate position, it does look like Predke, but he probably was saying it looks like Wesley has everything under control. And after a trade on d1 and king h2, perhaps there's also another move that doesn't give up the c5 pawn. I mean, I don't like knight d7 because it gives up the e8 square, but there were probably plenty of alternatives that make this position, even though the entrance is zeros, make it as easy as possible for black. And all the moves, I'm guessing, are just equal, that don't blunder anything.
All right. Yeah, interesting decision by both players to agree here. Draw. I remember yesterday we were talking about these draws at the position where things are heating up. And I was thinking that could never happen in the women's tournament. And we're very often criticized of not playing as strong as men. But what you don't see in the Women Grand Prix, for instance, is 5 draws at this point. And very likely we might have more draws happening today. Let's very quickly bring up the bird's eye view.
Okay, so let's see what's happening here. So 5 draws in the books, 3 games still remaining, and Hikaru will have a tough task ahead of him. It's really an interesting position. So we'll go to that game, but first we'll take the quickest of breaks, and then when we come back, we will dive into the game between Yesipenko and Nakamura. I know you will not want to miss that.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the round 2 at FIDE Grand Prix final leg. I'm Kenny, this is Robert, and we do have here a lot of draws today, but last 3 games still in progress. And as Robert promised you guys, we're going to be focused right now in the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Esipienko. And let's very quickly check out what is happening here.
Well, Andre for sure has the better side of this position. It is a queen, a rook, 2 minor pieces, and 4 pawns per side. So the material is even, but White's activity is not like Black's. Look at this bishop on d5 here. Let's turn that into a blue bishop because it controls so much of this board here. And the knight on d2, it's dominated by a pawn 3 squares away. It's even more dominated by a bishop 3 squares away. So Black is doing well with the activity. This pawn on d4 is isolated. But Ketty, all that being said, it's really difficult to win this position because there's just not that much material remaining.
It's not that much material remaining. And also, if we have some of the trades, and usually it's like queen's trade and then light square trades, we might go to the rook end game. And rook end games, when there's not much of the things happening on the other flank, but only one flank, it can end in a draw. But here still we have queens and the rooks on the board, and also some pieces. Hikaru has to be very careful here, Robert.
Yeah, he's on the worst side, but I feel like in all likelihood, he's just going to be able to hold because he's already offering to trade the rooks here. And Black needs to keep material on the board. If we trade everything right away like this, the game is immediately just probably going to be a draw. Black can try to play for a win, maybe f5, bring the king in. The bishop pair is very nice, but it just seems likely that White is far closer to holding this than Black would be to winning. So we'll see how these next few moves are played. Queen to b4. If the rook trades on b2 and the queen gets here. If you play queen b1, now the queen can stay on and play queen c3. So then the king has to come to f2. That's not exactly where your king wants to be. So Black will maintain his edge in many of the positions, but White is very hard to break down his position.
Yeah, that is true here. Although we might have to see this position, because now after queen to b4, White don't have much of the moves here to make. There's queen c1, but it leads us to the same position.
Queen c1, trying to force the trade of rooks. Rook takes b1. If queen takes b1, yeah, we'll get to this situation where maybe queen c3. I am now curious if we get this endgame. I mean, I was saying at first that it should just be a draw, very likely. But now that I look at it a little bit more, Black's king is just going to quickly run to a square like d5. And at some point, you could even consider pushing pawns on the king side to try and create some kind of pass pawn situation. So, yeah, clearly better for Black, but I still believe not enough material remaining.
Yeah, and in this situation, in this position, White can also try to push some pawns on the king side to just to trade some of them, and also try to make some targets maybe on f5, like moves like h3, g4 can be very helpful for White to trade as much pawns as possible.
Yeah, at some point for sure that could be considered. There is a blockade. The bishop on e3 is really strong. Even though it's passive, it just defends everything you could possibly ask it to. And thus, I'm not sure there's enough left. And rook b2, queen b2 was just played. And I believe that after queen b1, queen c3 will be Andrei's choice. I don't think he'll trade queens. He'll try to keep more on the board so he can play for a win.
Mm-hmm. And after queen c3 and king f2, is there a way that Andrei will use this just a very weirdly placed white spaces situation?
I just don't know how, what he should do, because bishop b4 comes to mind as a way to get active, but maybe knight takes e4 is really hanging. So f5 could be played, and then queen to b5, get active for white. So I'm looking at this, the more I do, I feel like a queen trade is very likely to happen. And if a queen trade happens, I don't believe that black is going to win the game. I think white's chance to draw are much higher.
Right, Queen B1 is now on the board. Queen A3 has been played by Andrei. He gives the queen on A3 and hits the bishop from this way. Does that make any change for black?
Yeah, I actually think it gives black perhaps some more options here. For instance, the queen can come to A8 even after the knight takes on E4. So like knight takes E4, not really a threat because after knight takes E4, there is queen A8. So that was actually a very clever decision by Andrei here. He wants to give up this pawn E4. Without the pawn, the bishop is so strong. And if you lose G2, your king is going to be in rough shape. So I think the queen A3 was the accurate move. It's very tempting to go towards the center, but actually going away from it was better. And it also protects this bishop, Keddy. So after queen to B8, this king could even go to H7 because the bishop is defended.
Yeah, 6 move here looks very interesting. Just to open up the side for the king, there will be no back rank problems anymore, and you kind of pass the move here to white. Andrei has 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes on the clock, what I can see, and Hikaru has 13 minutes on the clock, and they have to make 3 more moves. So it's not really like they have time trouble in this position.
No, and black could make any old move and just get to move 40. It's white's turn. You can play queen to b5 and then queen to 8. The moves are kind of straightforward for the next few turns. But after that, we'll have to see how Yasipenko plans to play for a win, because it's kind of looking not quite like a pure fortress where there's no hope, but white is very, very solid here. All the pieces protecting one another.
True. On the black squares, they are discarding each other. Let's leave this game for a while and take a look the bird's eye view and check out what is happening in the other games. Tabatabai and Anish Giri, they are trading more and more pieces, and now b5 pawn is also hanging. Let's very quickly take a look at this game as well.
Yeah, this looks like it's just going to be a draw. The pieces are coming off the board. We last left up to rook e7, knight c4, and pawn a4, trying to trade pawns, and black can't take because his knight would be loose. And then after king f8, we saw the knight. Oh, that was actually kind of nice, because the knight coming to d2 attacks this pawn and threatens b takes a4 or pawn to b4 at the same time. So takes, check, attacking the knight, check, going back. And after a takes b5, black is temporarily up a pawn, but the move knight to d4 hits this pawn, and the rook can come to b7, the rook can come to b1. All of the firepower against this pawn means that you're winning it back. And yeah, Keddy, this looks like just a split of the point.
Looks another draw here, and I'm starting to worry if we are going to see 8 draws today. We might see 8 draws. I think Dominguez still has the best chances to win out of any player, but these games have been very even in this round. It is here. Anish has 4 minutes, a little bit more than 4 minutes, against 16 minutes, but the position is not so resourceful here for none of the sides. So this can be a draw very soon. Let's once again bring up the bird's eye view and check the rest 2 games, what is happening there, as we do have now already the time pressure in all the games. We might see some evil bar jumping up and down.
Looks like the positions are where we left them. I mean, Hikaru brought his queen up and second from the left, and Dominguez against Keimer, that one has changed a bit because it's now opposite colored bishops. And for Dominguez, he can play this on forever. His pawn is not on e5, which we saw in a possible variation. It's on d4. So it is a 3-on-2 advantage here on the king side. The threat immediately is bishop takes h3. So I think Lenier can safely play pawn to g4, and he'll try to bring his king up, king walk, pawn f4, things like this. But winning this is going to be a very long story, and he's going to play this on for a long time. I actually think that this game will go on for another hour at least.
I remember my longest game has been played 7 hours, and I had 2 extra pawns in the opposite color bishop, and I can say that it didn't end it well for me. I just got exhausted for playing 7 hours. I had bad sleep after that, and next day in the morning I lost with white pieces so easily because I had no energy at all. So yeah, it was too bad to play so long.
Yeah, I mean, these players are very accustomed to playing grueling games against one another. But for Keimer in particular, yesterday he had the white pieces. It was a slight edge from at some point, but really the game was even throughout, and Mamedyarov didn't have trouble. Vincent, he'll have to prove that this position is that easy. So let's say you move the bishop back right now, bishop e6, and white plays bishop c3. The plan for white is just to make progress with all of your pieces. Like black is kind of stuck in place here, and the king can come to g3, improve the location of the king. The king is very safe. And the move bishop d7 was actually played by Vincent. So that way he might have a rook e8 trying to trade off the rook. So I actually like that move a lot. And if I am linear, I don't want to trade rooks. I want to keep more pieces on the board, because if bishop c3, rook e8, now after the queen comes back, we trade here. It just seems like a position where the extra pawn, it's not making its presence felt yet. And if you ever do push all your pawns, your king will be in some difficulty.
Yeah, that's right. If you don't want to trade the queens, and for instance, you play queen to b3 to attack d5 pawn, in that case, black might have moved like queen c2, where this queen just offers for a trade, because otherwise the bishop on d2 is also hanging, and you definitely don't want to get back on e3 because it will fall for rook e8. So queen trade here can be really good for black.
Yes, no, that should make black's life easier. So Dominguez, he wants more pieces on the board. One way to do that is by playing queen e7, just to attack this bishop, so ask it where it's going. If you move the bishop somewhere, I actually don't even know where it can go, like bishop c6, for example. Maybe white can then think about going to the c file with rook to c1, or even queen to c5, things like this. And you're just kind of poking and prodding and seeing where your pieces can go. But you do have to be careful. Since this pawn's on g4, moves like queen d3 or queen c2, there are a lot of pieces that can be attacked.
That's true, but Robert, after queen e7, is there a chance that black will also activate the rook, like rook c2? And I start to worry about the second rank of whites.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I guess white can perhaps take this pawn on d5, because queen c2 would be almost winning for black if not for this check on e4, or actually even easier is a checkmate in 2. But I was looking at the way to trade queens and be up a pawn endgame, but rook e8 check is a mate because of this over here. I was thinking queen e4, but checkmate is better.
Better, obviously better. Well, we have queen f4 on the board, so he's not really avoiding rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
And but he prepares something else after rook e8 for sure. He wants to play rook c1 maybe to control c file, and then try to get rook c7.
Yeah, he might be trying to go for this, but still, it's queen d3, rook e2 type of stuff, and the white king is exposed. And if you trade rooks, this is the point we've been making, then a situation like this, and after queen e6, this is where it becomes interesting, because white is obviously better here, and it could even be winning at this point, because the white king will come to e5. You start pushing your pawns this way, and you create a passed pawn. It's one of these situations that it's hovering between a draw barely for black, or just a win for white here, because you just start pushing your pawns forward and try to create a passed pawn. It could be a win when all is said and done, but it's really just a fine line.
Yeah, I do like this kind of positions when my opponent thinks that it's so dead throw that he can sit back and wait for me, and I'm slowly improving the position. And just to play very passive, that can end badly, even equal position. Rook e8 has been played here by Vincent. He has 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And is that move? Hold on, let me check.
That was move 34.
34. So they have to make 6 more moves.
Right. And
do you think this is a time pressure in this position, or it's not really?
So to answer that question, I think the best way to answer it is with this example that we were just looking at. Like here, when you only have a few minutes left, you don't know for certain if queen e6, and rook takes e8 was just played, by the way. You don't know for sure if queen e6 is a good move. And if you make that move with 2 minutes remaining on your clock, and it's just a losing move, you're going to make the time patrol, you have the increment, and then Dominguez will just play the endgame perfectly because he's Leonard Dominguez, and then win from there. So this is where having 15 minutes instead of 5 minutes is a big deal, because if you're 15 minutes, you can really start calculating 20 moves down the line. It's like how, you envision the future of the board. That's really what it's about, because we already see the engine is starting to favor white at this point. I still think it's within drawing territory, but you have to be certain before you make the move queen e6, because the change in pawn structure could be bad, very bad for black.
Yeah, that's true actually. Not easy decision, but here Vincent might have 3 minutes for it, and maybe that's going to be enough time to figure out and evaluate the position in the end. So we're waiting here, move from Dominguez. He can also play queen b8 here to pin this bishop, but it allows black to play queen e6 or queen c6, and black is also having this queen, and this queen can get very active queen e2 and try to give some checks on king.
Yeah, I think queen e5 would be the most challenging, and it just requires the accuracy from Vincent. And okay, queen e6 is not the only move, of course. You mentioned queen c6, bishop c6 also comes to mind, but this bishop is just so passive. Not that the bishop on d2 is that great, but that bishop on c6 is obviously not a very impressive piece. And black will have to figure out how to continue from here. And the white king will always have shelter on g3. You want to put the bishop on c3. So you can try slowly to make progress, even though black is holding. And the move h4 was played by Dominguez. I mean, hard to complain about that move.
It's just a waiting move too, just improving the position on the king side. He's also waiting, and maybe he doesn't want to trade the queens yet.
No, he would like to avoid the queen trades and maybe even get an attack with pawn coming to h6 to pry open the dark squares in front of this king. The bishop on e8 is a very bad piece. It has no real future. If queen b1 check, going for this b2 pawn, you can just slide the bishop back to c1. So you're not even winning a pawn here. Everything is defended for now from white's point of view. So the last few moves before time control will be very interesting. So many games have been won or lost on around move 38 in situations like these.
Yeah, I think we were today to have all the draws is very real, just to see how dry this position also gets.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just an easy hold for black after a few moves, and not too much going on right now. But what else is happening in this round? We only have 2 other games remaining, and it looks like Tabatabai is just trading everything in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, and Hikaru will still try to hold this position against Yesipenko. Slightly worse position, but still well within the holding territory.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Hikaru actually pushed the pawn on f5. What can be the reason of that push? Because it can be a weakness, and black can start to attack the pawn. Why he did so? He wants to open up the bishop, dark square bishop. I
think part of it is he wanted to avoid black from playing f5 and to protect this pawn. So f5 opens up the bishop, as you're saying. Bishop e7, g3. Bishop f6, going after this d4 pawn. Queen to a2 at some point will threaten bishop takes d4 because the bishop on e3 will be overloaded. So I still really like the look of this position for black. This f5 pawn, you want to target it, but you can't move your queen to say c8 without dropping your bishop on d5. So it's going to take a bit of time for Yesipenko to be able to go after that pawn on f5, but it does stick out. You're right.
But Robert, in the position where we have only bishops on the board versus bishop and the knight, maybe this f5 pawn can change something.
Yeah, so if the queens get traded, you mean? So
Yeah.
let's see, how can we sort of force that? Let's just go here and trade queens like this. It's not clear how exactly you'll win it because white can reinforce the g4. And then if we trade in this exact manner, the knight is free to go. So let's not let the knight get free. How do we do that instead? Okay, so let's go check here, trade this way just to see what happens. But still, the knight will come to c3, and it looks like white is certainly holding on here. G4 later in the game can be played. So I don't think that black's going to be able to get at that pawn without the queens on the board.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it's clear that black is, going to try to play moves like queen a2, things of that nature, king to h7 just to avoid any checks. But winning this position, it's going to take a number of moves and probably take a misstep or two from Hikaru.
Mm-hmm. You know what is really strange, Robert? We have here a few minutes on the clock for these players, but the position, all these games, all three games are so solid. You can't really think that something can happen. Even for instance, Dominguez is having just 1 minute on the clock, but that's not really dramatic thing here today for him.
No, the position is just so simplified. We're essentially in a bunch of end games. Hikaru and Yasipenko have reached move 40, so they are going to gain their 30 minutes. Dominguez and Vincent, they're down to the final few moves. I don't know about Amin and Anish. They have already passed move 40 as well. They're completely equal. So let's go to the Dominguez game against Vincent just to see what happens as they approach move 40, because as we've been saying, sometimes big mistakes are made right before and even right after the time control, but right before, as you have just a few minutes on your clock to reach those the next time control.
Oh yeah, I've lost so many games on the move 39 and 38. But yeah, and also 40. That's three really critical moves should be made there. So h5 has been played. He wants to take more control on the king side and more space in case if there are some checks, these pawns can be really useful. Is he going to go this pawn all the way to h6 if the opponent allows him?
He definitely going to think about it, because if the pawn takes on h6, then the black king is a bit more exposed. Also, king to f2 will be a sensible decision, just trying to bring the king up the board first and closer to the center, make sure the bishop is defended. So for black, even this move, like, do you push f6? Because that may allow h6. It's a big question. But then there's g5. So like f6, h6, g5. And now you are not very happy about this, because if your queen moves, you lose the bishop. If your queen checks, you lose the pawn. And the extra pawn was the only thing that had you in front.
Mm-hmm. Robert, the other game has been ended. Tabatabai and Anish Giri ended the game in a draw, and this is our 6th draw today. The game was very interesting at the beginning, but then it very soon got drawish vibes, and then in the end game, now decided really made any mistake, so it ended in a draw. But here in this position, Vincent just played f5. He's going to be very active right now. If you push g5, then h5 pawn is hanging. If you take f5, then it weakens the pawns on the king side. Right.
Takes, the queen moves, say to f6. This pawn is under attack next. So it's a big moment. And king h2 was played by Dominguez. He doesn't want to budge. He's okay with the pawn trades here. Pawn takes g4 for sure. If the bishop teams up with the queen, the king will come to g3 to defend this pawn over here. So it should be a hold. And this is about to be move 40. So we'll see what Vincent's final move of the time control will be. But a move like queen e4, for example, that move is a very bad one, because now I have two separate passed pawns and the king runs to e5. So it's possible to make a very bad blunder, thinking trading queens just means a draw. Opposite colored bishop endgames, they're all drawn. No, they're not all drawn. And queen e4 would be a terrible, terrible blunder to make because white gets this past d pawn. So we'll see what the last move is. I see that the game is approaching the final seconds. These are relayed from the DGT boards, and bishop d7 was made as the 40th and final move of the first time control.
Bishop d7 is the final move, and now Dominguez can play bishop king g3 really fast. That it seems to be the only move right now, because we don't want to play g5 as it allows queen to get on h3, and then some ugly checks can start. So king to g3 can be played here by Dominguez, and then both players will take a little bit of break, I think, to think, to rest, to grab some water.
Yeah, you want to take a step away from the board because you're going to be at it for a while longer. And as you pointed out, Katie, g4 to g6 would be a very good idea, but if you play g5, in comes queen h3 check. At the very least, you're stealing this pawn back on h5, and without that extra pawn, white has no hope to win. So it's going to be a slow build-up, if any, at all.
Yes, and Dominguez should run out from the time now on the clock we have, but you guys don't worry about that because they have reached 40 moves and they got 30 minutes increment on the clock. They see that on the board. We don't see it yet. But Robert, do you know there are some clocks where you have to hang your flag your time, and then you get your increments after that?
Right. Yeah, there are clocks like that. I didn't create them, so I don't like it when that happens, but I'm used to it now because I see zeros like, oh, he flagged, and I look, oh, they've already made 41 moves, and I guess it says 1 minute and 3 seconds. That means that Dominguez had more than 0 seconds when he made the move, but when they get down into their next time patrol, it will show that. But we have just one other game going on here. It's Hikaru Nakamura against Andrei Yasipenko. So let's check in on that game over here, see what's going on. Hikaru made the move pawn to h4. So Katie, he's really moving his kingside pawns forward.
He's very active. I like this f5 h4 moves. He's not going to be very passive. He wants to be very fancy and defends really actively here on the king side. I do like this move h4. It stops bishop coming on g5. And he's putting all the pieces on the dark squares, that's where he feels that white's pieces are more safe.
It's one of those moves that you can't take back, and the g4 square. And I mean, are you really going to keep pushing your pawns here? Not yet, of course, because the pawn on h4 is under attack. But if the king were on h3, would you consider pushing your pawns here? It looks too ambitious. So I would play king h7. I just want to get off the back rank. I don't want to allow any checks if my queen were to leave, because if you play queen a2, there's queen e8 check and things like that. So I would play king h7 and then pass the baton back to Hikaru and say, your move, what are you going to do? So what is white going to do after king h7?
Just some waiting move, I guess, like queen c7, queen c5 here.
Queen c5, yeah. You sit and wait. Okay, I'll put queen b7. I'll take the file you just gave away.
Queen a5, I have still one.
But now I got my queen to d7. So that's what I really want, is to bring my queen in contact with your pawn on f5.
Oh, that was really tricky. So f5, in fact, can be can hang.
Yes, no, the f5 pawn is when that's why the queen on b5 is so important. In king h7, I would love to get my queen to d7 and go for this pawn. And actually, Andrei played queen a2 in this position. He's not worried about a check on the back rank because the bishop defends f7, so the king can just safely run away. But I really wanted to somehow get my queen to d7 and go for this pawn. So I was just going to pass the turn back to you and see what happens. And I could always play queen a2 later.
But Robert, here he threats bishop d4. Bishop d4 and queen d2.
That's right. Bishop d4 removes the guard. So let's say you play, where can I even go? Queen d7. That's a good example. Bishop takes d4, as you're pointing out. if the bishop takes, the knight goes down with check and you lose the bishop next. So bishop takes d4 is a big threat. So I think Hikaru will play queen c5, defending this pawn, keeping the pressure on this bishop on d5, and maybe then king h7. But I think that what Andre has to do is just like kind of wait and see where Hikaru organizes his pieces, and then maybe try to strike at the right moment. But it looks like a position where white is holding on. Black will try to create threats, but really the only pawn that stands out is that pawn f5, and it's very hard to get to if this queen keeps going back to the b5 square and making sure that the black queen can't snake its way, as we saw before, to d7.
Mm-hmm. That is a very good point. So this game is not done yet. In another game also, where Dominguez has an extra pawn. They both just got increment 30 minutes each player on the clock. Usually it's quite a big break, as they are taking their time to just walk a little bit, to free themselves from the stress and think long here. That can take a couple more minutes. So we are going to take a break. You guys stay with us. We will be back soon.
Welcome to the World Rapid Championships from Warsaw, Poland. We're about to get going. Magnus now forcing the king closer. Yeah, this is very, very tricky for the Georgian player. No, and he blunders his rook.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. He blunders his rook.
Why?
And Magnus wins the game. And that was a lesson in just pressure, pressure, pressure. Duda, he has 3 pawns more than his opponent. Duda has won 3 in a row. He's getting off to a fantastic start. Gunina and Kostenyuk, 2 players with a perfect score. They're going to be facing each other. Kostenyuk, once again, has turned it around. And for the first time in the game, Gunina is down on the clock. Gunina is going to have to resign what initially looked like an amazing game from her. Magnus still has the threat on the pawn. There's the threat of rook f2. Magnus was actually very clever in how he just avoided the trade. And Shiro has lost on time.
So we have 3 players in first place right now in the open section.
This round, it's Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen.
I think Magnus is going to wrap this up really quickly.
The king moves away from the check. Magnus maneuvering his knight to a superior position. And Alireza resigns the game. The number 1 and number 2 players in the world right now. And Magnus Carlsen coming out there victorious, needing a win here if he is to have a sole lead. Magnus just simply retreating the king 1 step back. There's no stopping him from getting a queen on the next move. He's gonna win it, and he's gonna take the lead in this tournament. Carlsen playing against the youngster from Uzbekistan.
Abdusattorov has beaten some really strong players in this tournament, and that makes me kind of optimistic about his chances against Magnus here.
And Magnus now is going to give up another pawn. Wow, look at this. For the second time, Magnus is giving up pawns in order to just get rid of them. There's a check coming in here from Abdusattorov, and Magnus resigns. Abdusattorov takes the lead after a win against the reigning champion. Carlsen will have the opportunity to strike back with the white pieces against Nepomniachtchi.
Magnus is probably regretting this knight cd5. Now he's definitely forced to be playing for the draw.
He's not going to be catching Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That was surely a very disappointing game with the white pieces.
It's the big matchup of this round. If Kostenyuk makes a draw with the black pieces, she will be crowned world champion.
I would have to give the edge to white in this position because of the permanent nature of black's king problems.
I agree that this is an advantage for white. What? It's over. Kostenyuk is the champion.
Yes, Kostenyuk, she had a wonderful tournament, a very convincing first place with 9 points.
Alexandra Kostenyuk, the new women's rapid world champion.
Nakamura facing off against Carlsen. We've been waiting for this pairing, and it couldn't have happened at a better time when everything is on the line.
Magnus moved his rook and no longer is trapping that king on the edge of the board.
Yeah, I mean, rook a5 is a pretty good move, but also king g2, as you said.
And Magnus gives it up. It's a draw, and the rules of the event stipulate that only the two players with the best tiebreak score will be allowed to play the playoff. Third place, then the bronze medal for Carlsen. It is Abdusatturov getting ready for the game. He will be facing Jan Nepomniachtchi of Russia. And Black's king doesn't manage to get back to defend the pawn, so Jan Nepomniachtchi is steering this game towards a draw, and that means Norderbeck is going to have the match ball with the white pieces in the next one. Nepomniachtchi getting rid of that last black pawn, Norderbeck getting rid of the white pawns. The guys shake hands. The white king is trying to run away from the checks. The rook just keeps checking in on that white king. Can the king get away? Both players are down to just 10 seconds on the clock. The king is finding shelter on the side of the board. Now he's returning to that checkmating idea that Irina identified earlier on. And now here comes the new queen.
Yes,
the new queen comes in, and then he's going in for the checkmate. Nepomniachtchi will have to, and he resigns. Norderbeck, Abdusatturov is the new rapid world champion.
Wow, this is an amazing turn of events. I mean, what a special moment that we're witnessing.
The world rapid champion, Norderbeck Abdusatturov. That is going to be a name to remember for the future. Only 17 years old and already a world champion.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, the final leg, and we do have very end of the second round here. Last two games, 6 draws already, and this too looks very good chance for the players to score some points here. Dominguez versus Vincent Kmar. Dominguez has extra pawn, and in the other game, Nakamura versus Esipenko. Esipenko has Perv bishop, and he's trying to get some of the white's weaknesses. Robert, do you think there is any real threats here in these two games that one of the side can score a point?
No, but did you know that Hikaru was banned on Twitch? Did you know that?
Do you know how I knew it?
How'd you know?
During our commentary yesterday, we had a lot of people come into our chats, and that's how I sensed that something was wrong.
So you're saying that people only want to talk about Hikaru being banned. That's like their main interest. when they come into chat, they're not trying to be friendly and discuss, all the happenings over the chessboard. They just want to talk about that little thing of Hikaru being banned.
Let's talk about it.
Okay. Well,
it.
I can be grandmaster disrespect right here and just give the chat my true feelings about what they talk about. But I would prefer to talk about the game that we have on screen here between Lenier Dominguez and Vincent Keimer. So, Katie, you asked the question, is there any realistic chance for a win here? It seems unlikely because if you ever push G5, the queen comes to H3, with check, picking up this pawn. And the only way to set that up is like queen F3, king H4, pawn G5. It's a very slow maneuver. And if black does nothing, like even if there's also a consideration for queen F6 check, but let's say we do nothing and allow this to happen. What actually is the plan from white's point of view?
Hard to imagine here any kind of improvement. What white can do maybe is to activate the bishop, like bishop f4, bishop e5. That can be really nice. But the moment bishop leaves e3 square, black's queen can start to give some checks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or just find a way to trade the queens, like queen f5 can be possible.
Yes, trading the queens without touching this pawn will be important. And there's something that I was thinking about, and like, let's say we get to this position here. Yeah, this is what I thought. So this position actually would be winning for white. So during the break, I was trying to imagine ways where black could go wrong. And this was one of them. And the reason why is, let's say we get to this position over here. I thought that white would be able to bring the king this way and take this pawn at some moment. I don't know exactly the timing of all this, but let's just let that happen. I'm going to, it's white's turn. Let's just let this happen. King goes here, the bishop. Well, I think you need to protect your pawn over here. So it's like going crazy, but I was just trying to do this and like go for this pawn, but I don't want to take this pawn. I was just trying to find a way to win. It's not winning. Okay. But this was what I was looking at. If we get here, and then at some point, this king will come to C6. And once the king gets to C6, because white has this second pawn, you win with B3. So this would be a draw. If you took this pawn on B2 off the board, this configuration just holds the balance over here. And I think that white would not be able to win. But with this pawn, you play B3, and now the bishop has to make a choice, and you're going to lose one of the pawns, and then white's going to get a pass pawn and win the game.
But it's very possible to happen if queens are off the board in this way, because this h5 pawn, which is hanging in many variations, you can push it on h6, trade the h pawn for g, and then also push g7 pawn. So you're gonna have this pawn on dark square, and then you can easily go with the king on the queen side and just do what you showed right now. Right.
Yeah, that's the way to go. And that's why the queen trade has to be very carefully considered from black's perspective. And we see queen f3 step 1, king h4 step 2, g5 step 3, maybe g6. We'll see how black responds. But Dominguez is trying to improve his pieces, advance his pawns, and Vincent probably can sit and do nothing, but he'll need to be careful and really calculate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. We can see that Vincent has here seconds on the clock, but he has not got his increment yet. He has more than 20 minutes right now on the board for sure. What about the other game, Hikaru and Esipienko? What is happening in that game?
Before we go there, I just thought of something, and I was trying to realize why that position had such a high evaluation, and I think I got it. So not to focus too much on this game, but in that variation that we were looking at, okay, let's say we do all this and get the queen here. I think the reason why white is winning is not because of my far-fetched idea to win this pawn. Maybe it works in some positions, but I think the simplest way to win is, at this point, you're going to go bishop f4, bishop here, and maybe bishop takes g7, and then push this pawn to h6. Because black is actually really out of options. You're just going to move your bishop back and forth somewhere, and wherever it goes, I'm going to take. And after king takes h6 check, the king takes a step back. This king comes to f6. And my winning plan is h7 and king f7 to win this game here. So if you play bishop h5, check, king here, now I have king g5 attacking your bishop, and king h6 leads to mate.
That's beautiful. And you know what's really, really unpleasant here for black? The move like bishop g6 is not working. You might think that there's a stalemate, but after king takes g6, there is one extra pawn that black hopes that doesn't exist on the board. Now black can push this pawn, and after white takes it, you still have another pawn to go forward. And the safest way here for white is just move away with this king from g6 and h7 pawn and just promote a pawn to the queen. And this is simply losing position for black.
That's right. So in this sort of variation, I think that's the winning plan, and there's no way to stop it. It's just forced, where no matter where this bishop ends up for black, that after king f6, the idea is h7 check and king f7. If you play a5 early, well, I just take and then promote that pawn. And if you do, I don't know what else you can even think about doing, this check and king f7, you need to remove this pawn from the board. Like that pawn needs to go away so you can try to check over here. The pawn exists, which means g7 and g8 equals queen will win the game.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is the way how you can lose with black here. You might not see this sacrifice happening, and you can trade your queens and find yourself into this end game, and it's just game over. You can really stop white coming on e5 with the bishop and then sacrifice on g7.
And it's something that's actually pretty easy to miss. You just assume it's going to be a draw. The pawn h5 being on a light square means that if the king did try to go this way, that the bishop would be able to take it. So I think that it's not going to happen, but I could see somebody making that mistake of just, oh, it's going to be a draw, I got this, and then it actually just a loss.
Oh, wow, what a brilliant found here. This is nice pattern here. Do you think Dominguez can see that from this perspective, and he's going to that direction to trade the queens and just push the pawn all the way to g6?
Yeah, no, he's just, king h4, g5, g6. That's his next idea. Mm-hmm. That's the plan here for white. And black, I think, is just going to keep shuffling because it's looking not super pleasant. But at this point, if I keep going, you play g6 and I go back, what is white going to do? I'm just going to go back and forth. And you say, your turn. Show me how you win.
How about bishop f4, bishop e5, Beef? Like bishop f4, you can give me a check on e1, bishop g3, you can give a check on e7, and checkmate me.
All of a sudden, it's black who wins the game because the king on h4 is not safe, and it's checkmate.
It's very unlikely to happen, but still, it's on the board.
Okay, well, now that we've exhausted the options in this game, plenty of the ideas, we can go to that game between Hikaru and Andre. They're still fighting it out. So reminder to everybody, 6 draws have already been made in this round. So 2 games are remaining, and the games are looking like we might see all 8 games with the point split between the players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. So in the game of Hikaru and Esipenko, we do have here Esipenko repeating the king move, king h7, king g8, and white else the same, king from f2 went to g1. Let's very quickly take a look at that.
Well, it's not forced. King g1 isn't explicitly forced, but if you play queen c5, then this queen b7, queen d7 idea exists. So white does need to be very careful. And that's why Hikaru is wisely leaving the queen on b5 and plays king g1, because the queen can't leave the defense of the bishop, and the queen on b5 covers this d7 square, which is the square that protects the bishop on d5 and attacks the pawn on f5. So without that, maybe Andre will play bishop c6 and maybe bishop d7, queen c8 kind of stuff, but Hikaru is really holding everything together for now.
Mm-hmm. What's a very interesting idea? Bishop c8 and bishop d7 to get the attack on f5 will drop the pawn on e4. But I think black will be very happy with that. Black can get the bishop and the queen on this diagonal and try to create some mating threats on the light squares.
Yeah, if you could throw this pawn off the board, you'd be very happy. But it's hard to do that. It's not letting me take the pawn off of e4. But if you, in this position, right, if you play queen c5, now black has queen b7. So you're actually inching closer and closer to the setup that you want. So I really like the look of bishop c6, because if white plays, instead of queen c5, plays queen b6, then black plays queen c8. And you are making a bit of progress here, right? After queen to c5, you can play queen b7 or queen d7, these type of moves. And you're just move by move, getting what you want and taking away options from your opponent. So I do believe that Andre, he'll play this out. He really wants to win this game.
He can have some chances if they have less time on the clock. So we might see this game going all the way to the time trouble, and Andre will try to make some traps here for white.
Yeah, the thing is, he can just kind of move wherever he wants to. It's not like white has any sort of active play. I asked earlier, can white think about pushing the G pawn? The answer is no, because the H4 pawn will lose its defender. So it's kind of a position where white is very stuck, and black can first play bishop c6, try to get this queen likely to the b7 square, and just make slow but steady progress. That's the aim, at least, for black. So the engines are saying minus 1.3, -1, just about a little over -1 for black. And that's in most lines, which probably indicates that white should be holding, but it's not going to be easy. And I think Andre can put some more pressure on Hikaru.
Yeah, that's, I agree with that. I agree with that. He can slowly try to take away Hikaru's time, I wanted to say, but now I can see Esipienko's time is actually way less than Hikaru's. So he has less than 15 minutes, and Hikaru has about half an hour on the clock. So yeah, he's not dropping his clock down to 2 minutes or 1 minute for sure. So yeah, my theory about him being in a time trouble, maybe it's not working today.
No, this isn't the Bullet Chess Championship, Hikaru. Plenty of time left today. Yesterday against Levon, of course, Hikaru was down to his final minutes while Levon had plenty of time and he couldn't hold that end game. So just a reminder to everybody of the results thus far in the groups. Levon, he has drawn his second game, but he won his first one over Hikaru. So, Keddy, as we look at this cross table, after most players have completed their second round, any names surprising to you here and how they're doing?
Oh yeah, Pretke for sure. Pretke is a new name for all of us, and he's shown his best, having 1.5 points in the group where MVL, Shankland, and So are playing. This is absolutely fantastic result for Pretke.
Yeah, he's one of the players that get overlooked, but he's nearly 2,700, a very, very strong player. In fact, he almost took down the Grand Swiss. He drew Fabiano in the last round, and if he was able to beat Fabiano, I believe he would have been able to take that second candidate spot. But Fabiano had the white pieces. The game was relatively solid. It was a draw, but Pretke had a great performance in Riga.
Yeah, another very impressive result here so far is by Vityugov, who is leading the group with 1.5 points, and he's ahead of Giri, who is the rating favorite in this category, and Yu Yangyi as well. So these two players are showing their best indeed.
Right, but Anish still has yet to play against Vityugov, so that one should be very interesting, because if Anish can beat Nikita, then he'll leapfrog him in the standings, and that opens up a pathway for the Dutchman to win his group, make the knockout, and get those very important Grand Prix points. So all the groups, it's too early to suggest that anyone is going to win them, but they need to, the players, because the leaderboard of the Grand Prix, it's Report, who's already played both of his events, with 20 points. And if you get to the semifinals, so if you just win your group, that's 7 points. And for everybody, looking down there are 2 spots available from the Grand Prix to the candidates. So if you're Anish, if you're Dominguez, if you're Maxime, you need to keep winning. You can't stop winning. Otherwise, you don't get to go to Madrid.
That's right. I do think who has a better situation here, Richard Rapport, who already played 2 Grand Prix, or for instance, Levon, Hikaru, and Anish, together with Lenur, who has now one final leg to play, but nothing is really decided. Which one is in better situation?
Rapport's like guaranteed to make it. So he's in the best shape of everybody. It's not even close. He's for him not to make it, it would require so many things to happen. Like Levon winning I don't even remember exactly what it is. No, it's Hikaru winning the group, going to the final, and Anish Giri beating him in the final. Something like that would be required for Rapport not to make it. And even then it would be on tie breaks. So yeah, Rapport he's through. I'm going to guarantee him being through, and then the second spot up for grabs.
All right. So very interesting situation. This is just the second round of the final leg, and we cannot really predict anything. But we know that Group A is the fire group here, as 2 leaders of the overall standings, Aronian and Nakamura, are fighting to get out from the group and guarantee themselves at least 7 points. That can be really helpful for them, and they can also try to get the maximum points. Let's once again bring up the Grand Prix points on the screen and check it out. Winner gets 13 points, runner-up will get 10 points. And at the beginning, we were talking about these numbers, and they were not making that much of the sense as they do right now, because 3 points here can change a lot.
Indeed. So 13 points, the winner of this leg here, unless it's somebody who performed suboptimally in a previous leg. We look at the players. Levon Aronian is in good form, and Dominguez has been in good form. So if one of those players are able to win the event, then they will make it through to the candidates, it seems. So, okay, in the 2 games that are remaining here, we still have Yasipenko trying to figure this out. I'm wondering what he's considering. If not for Bishop C6, I really do believe he needs to just slowly maneuver his pieces in a way that can make Hikaru uncomfortable, or at least as uncomfortable as he could possibly get. So Bishop C6, it's the move we've been talking about. The queen needs to get to B7 just to take up more space on the board. And look at Yasipenko playing the move King H8. He must want something, and he was like King H8 and then King H7 and then
triangle?
play for something.
It's making triangle there.
Yeah, I don't know what he's looking for, honestly. I'm trying to figure it out, but he plays King H8 to start with. I do think his next move will be King to H7, and then maybe he'll play Bishop C6. But very interesting.
Very interesting, really very interesting decision. I was thinking he made this because he wanted his clock to stop running as just passing the moves. He has this opportunity to pass the move. Hikaru has to be really careful here to pass the moves, but he can do it. I don't really think it has very deep meaning.
Yeah, no, I don't think it does either. I think he wants Hikaru to keep repeating the moves to King F2, King H7, King G1, and then maybe he'll play Bishop C6 with his king on H7 versus king on G8. And that's actually quite a big difference. The king would rather be on H7 just to avoid any checks back there. So perhaps he's just doing a little bit of dancing before he gets to the critical decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right, waiting for Hikaru to make a move in the other game. Let's bring very quickly bird's eye view. It happens that what we just showed earlier, Black is waiting a little bit. He made move Bishop C8, and White made a weird move there. And this King to H3 looks not really nicely placed because it is pinned the pawn is beat now, and white can push g5. But you know what white wants by this move? He wants to move away the bishop, so there will be no check on the e-file.
That's actually a really, really good point, instructive point, because with the king on h4, before we were showing some of the variations where if the bishop were to move, queen e1 check was a nuisance. So instead, the king went to h3, black went king to h7, and if he plays bishop to f4, though, the queen can still come to e1. It may not be a check, but the king on h3 isn't very happy to see this queen hopping around the first and second ranks, and this pawn's under attack, and this queen can go to d2 if the bishop goes to g3. So I feel like more is needed from white in this position. I don't see Linear winning this game based on what I'm looking at right now.
Okay, do you think white can try here to push h6 pawn? If you take it, then I can move my bishop on e5, and I will try to checkmate you on one move, queen f7.
So I see your threat. I will stop your threat, bishop to e6. And if your queen ever leaves somewhere up on f6 or on f8, then this king will be checked many, many times. Like queen f6, Threaten's checkmated 1, and Threaten's also queen h8. But I can check your king a bunch.
Yeah, how about queen d3 there? If this check, you don't want to play king g8 for sure, but you have to play queen e4. Yes, this is gonna lose. So if you play queen e4, that's going to change the pawn structure. But now in this position, white is no longer has an extra pawn.
Right. This was winning if white had this pawn on h5 and the pawn remained on g7. Now it's not winning because you're not up any material. So your king can't even go win this pawn. You'll lose this one in response. It's would be equal. So it's very important that black, if you trade the queens, you get that pawn back first, because that otherwise, anytime you play queen e4, like a move ago, you lose this position every single time because of the passed d pawn. And the passed h pawn, the white king just runs to the center.
Yeah, that's right.
So, I mean, Vincent's doing a great job. He's really holding on. Eventually, if Linear is going to try to win, he needs to do something, bringing the bishop up the board, bringing the g-pawn forward once it's no longer pinned. But those are the only options that Linear has. And he wants to put his pieces on the perfect squares. It just feels like he can't quite do that as the bishop. If we make this bishop go to e5, now we're in some business. That's a great piece here, threatening the black king. But even here, it's not clear that black is in that much trouble, because it's time consuming to even bring the queen up the board, and black should be able to hold this kind of situation.
Yeah, that is right. And as the tournament is happening in Berlin, that's the country of Vincent Keimer. And Robert, do you think he feels good to play at home, or it's a bit pressure for him as he's quite young player and not very much experienced?
I think for him, he never was trying to make the candidates. He would have loved to, but it wasn't realistic. So the experience that he's gaining from this tournament, playing a strong player after strong player, a chance to increase his rating if he does well. So I think that it's an experience like no other. Most other tournaments, let's say you play in Vaikonse, which is a great tournament, considered like the Wimbledon of chess. You play 13 rounds of really strong opposition, but at the end of the day, you're not playing for a spot to the candidates to then play for the world championship. So there's so much at stake here in the Grand Prix, and Vincent, he doesn't have as much at stake because he's not really competing for the candidate spot, but still it's a great experience for him, as one day, maybe in the next few years, the next time this rolls around, we'll be saying, oh, Vincent Keimer, he's the rating favorite in his group because he's 26.55 right now. Maybe in a couple of years time, he'll be into the 2700s.
Yeah, that can be happening indeed. And Let's take a bird's eye view once again and check out the other game, which is in progress. Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Sipenko. Hikaru has the time edge on the clock, and we know how good is he in the fast speed in the speed. And I'm starting to worry about Sipenko. If he's going to lose a lot of time, he might find himself into the zone where Hikaru feels very comfortable to blitz out his opponents.
That's right. I mean, Hikaru, he definitely wants to get Andre in those lower time controls, in those scrambles, since we all know what kind of speed demon Hikaru is. How did he do in the SEC from 2021? Let's have a quick look.
This year's SEC is going to be one for the record books and one that people will not forget anytime soon.
Oh, nice for Rook A5. Love that.
C3. I love what Shakira is doing. So resilient. That is textbook right there. Yeah, that's incredible.
That's perfect play. That's just
it's over.
And Ding Ren, all he needed to do was hold in the bullet. He moves on to the quarterfinals. But what a match this was, Danya. My head is spinning.
And where's the mate? Rook G7? No.
Oh my gosh,
no,
this is eval bar.
No.
It's over, right?
Oh,
how do you stop this?
God, this is insane.
And look at E5. He had King E5 ready, Knight G3.
Hikaru is look at his final position, and this is just insane. This is indefensible with 10 seconds on the clock.
Like King, man, I don't see a move.
I don't see a move, and neither does Jeffrey. He's down. Okay, this is over.
Desperation, but you're getting crushed anyway. Too many pawns.
And it's going to be a 4-point lead, and he resigns. What
Wesley
an incredible ending by Wesley. I mean, this is resignable, and the worst thing is that Nihal is going to win this with 3 seconds. Like, he's going to take on D3, he's going to go F5, and he's going to win the game.
I'm speechless.
In our final score, 18-9, Nihal exactly doubles Rehard Report's score. I'm watching the clock, Benjamin. Somebody's going to flag here.
Nah.
Oh,
play with 0.1
second. Oh, he flags again. Oh my gosh.
Rook takes C4. He's trying to give away everything.
Oh, there it is. Renegade Rook time. But here's what Black is going to do.
Oh, no.
You're going to get... I think I'm a specialist in defending against... It's just King D6 and it's over already.
It's over.
It's over before it began.
Yeah, he tried, but Hikaru basically, in 2 moves, played instantly, just took your idea and said, yeah, that's not going to work around here. That's a really surgical move.
You would never guess that this came from a Bonk Cloud.
Oh my god. Yeah, he just did it, folks. Yeah.
And Fabi.
Oh no. Oh no.
We have our semifinal set. Nakamura against Ding and Nihal against Wesley. Can you take and go 95? Again, relying on that defensive knight. Oh, look at Wesley. I have no checks here.
Oh my god.
Bishop takes C4 and 92 interposing with check. And what an incredible win by Wesley.
He gets that 2-point lead back in incredible fashion.
Wesley So wins the first semifinal. He's got 5 seconds. He's going to play instantly.
Sack exchange here.
Whoa, Bishop C1. It was a mouse slip.
Mouse slip. He was going to D2.
Oh, it was going to D2, but it was still bad. Rook H7 check would have been terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hikaru saves the match with a win in the last game. And we're going to overtime.
Oh.
Repeating.
Oh, everybody's
Bishop
dream come
F4.
true. More games. No, Ding wants checkmate.
I don't know if he does. He's got 12 seconds. He's got no time. I don't see the win. I don't know if I agree. Leave over to the draw. We're going to Armageddon.
We keep going.
Unbelievable. Hikaru survives. Will Ding see 97 and B6? That is his only chance to keep this endgame going.
He has
the time, but he misses it. He misses it and he collapses. Rook B7, King F7, King E6.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But Rook A5.
Rook A5.
And the problem might be the Black is not going to give up the E4 pawn, and in that case, White's not winning that game. Ding overlooked it. Ding missing that tactical shot, which would have given him the chances, and now he doesn't see a move. Hikaru might pull this one out. I mean, Ding has to give up the pawn and then move the knight around. Hikaru's not losing this game. He's got more time on the clock, and Ding sitting back, basically admitting defeat. And that's it. The match is over. Ding resigns.
Yeah.
And Hikaru Nakamura wins the Armageddon against Ding Liren to make it to the SEC finals. Oh, what a move.
Finds him with Queen E6
with 2 seconds. Queen F5 on the skin of his teeth. Queen F6 interposing. Queen E7 Hikaru. Oh, and King F6.
Hikaru's still pushing for the win, but it should be
Queen G6. Wesley blunders at the last second.
Oh,
Wesley blunders at the last second.
But still, it's
got
not
the
over
king.
yet. Hikaru still
It's
has
not.
to convert. King H3.
No, but 1 second. Wesley's just going to flag here.
Queen
Queen G6. All the
G6.
pawns are falling. It's over. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
And Hikaru Nakamura, for the 4th straight time, he wins the Speed Chess Championship with one of the most commanding matches in SCC history.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, the final leg, and we do have second round here. 6 draws, 2 more games in progress, and we do have very interesting end games here. Let's very quickly bring up the bird's eye view, and we do have queen trade offer by Vincent Kamer here. Robert, do you think Dominguez should trade the queens in this case, or he should wait a little bit and trade the queens on his terms?
Well, I don't need to tell you anything because I look at that evaluation bar and that's really, really high, which is shocking. And in fact, we see here, it's not quite as high on this end, but that could be the depth of the engine. It looks like the queen takes F6. If we play this move here after G takes F6, that this could be a winning endgame for white. And that's the decision that we were talking about for so many moves. Like, do you trade the queens? Can black afford it? What about the pawn structure? Will it be winning? When will it be winning? When won't it be winning? But in this particular position, it looks like one of the engines says that the evaluation very high for white. But I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, how exactly will white win? You can reroute this bishop to H4. At some moment, that seems like a possible plan. The king, of course, can walk over to F4. And maybe what I was talking about earlier, Ketty, where if we get a situation where black sort of tries to do nothing, and at some point, this king just walks this way to win the A6 pawn. That is what I mentioned a long time ago, that those type of positions could be winning for white despite only one extra pawn if the king can run to the queen side.
Yeah, this can happen. Actually, we have queens off the board, and instead of king G3, king F4, here Dominguez plays very quickly king to H4. Maybe his idea is to play a G5 anyway. And you know, if you play F5, this is just so bad. Then that allows G6 check, king G5, and you have the same position with it without even sacrificing a bishop. So after G5, black has to take this pawn, king comes on G5, and then we know where the king goes. That goes all the way to F6, E5, and can go D6 and to A6. And it is really hard for me to find a way how black actually stops all this.
No, I think that Vincent, unfortunately for him, he might have walked into a bad situation because G5 is about to happen, right? And after G5, I mean, you don't have to take. I guess you could protect your pawn in this way. Allowing G6, though?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Maybe it's okay. I mean, how does white make progress from here? You can't push the H pawn without losing the G pawn. Right? So it's somehow, I don't want to call it stabilizing.
King H4 is limiting itself. I'm not really sure about that move. I would love to have king on F4, then bishop can go on H4, and you can try to do something there.
That actually looks like the best way forward. Okay, I think what can happen is something like this. Let's say black tries to do nothing, goes back and forth, bishop e1, king h7, bishop h4, king g7, and now g5 because you're threatening to win this pawn. And I don't believe that you can just give up this pawn and hope to make a draw. And if you take, now we have exactly what we want. This king goes to b7 and wins this pawn on a6. And then you can't defend. The problem for black is you can't defend both these pawns at the same time. So if we just continue just sort of, oh, I guess you're in trouble on this square, and then your bishop might even just get trapped over here. But the point I really was trying to make earlier was that if your bishop is here and coming to c6, then the king just goes to c5. So you're going to lose one of these pawns because the only two squares that defend both are c6 and c4. And when my king's on c5, you can't go to c6. And when my king's on c5 and your bishop's on c4, I'll just sort of force that to happen just because let's go here and here, here, king g6. I have this move b3 coming. I'm distracting your bishop from one of the pawns. We talked about a long, long time ago, and this would be a winning position for white because your bishop cannot defend both pawns.
That's right, but Robert, you know what I'm starting to think now? Instead of just passive moves, maybe black has to first force h pawn to get on h6 and bishop to control h pawn and b5 pawn, and king to come on e6.
King to e6, you're saying?
Yeah, king e6 to guard d5 pawn, and bishop on d3 to guard b5 and control h7 square.
Okay, so how do you arrange that?
Yeah, it might get us into the Zugzwang. White can just move bishop away, and there will be a Zugzwang.
All right, well, we're going to...
Or not, yeah.
We'll figure this out in a second. Let's quickly check in on the Hikaru game because there's a queen on f8. Things are happening. And, both games here, so much can change in a single moment. And we need to evaluate deeply because it does seem like with the greater engine depth that the position for Dominguez, it should be, it says plus 2.75. Now that could somehow be a fortress, but that looks... to our eyes, it might even just be winning with the g5 push coming at some point, but not yet. So Dominguez should not rush that decision.
Yeah, that's true. So interesting situation. They are these games. They seem to be like drawish, but still, it's not draw yet. They have to achieve it.
Yes, I mean, Hikaru is going to be fighting this one out, trying to hold on here. But I mean, back to this Dominguez game now that we've put on the most powerful Stockfish 14.1 NNUE, getting all the juices into that engine here. So G5 would be a mistake. So that's clear. Your point, bishop f5, just sort of holding the diagonal down. And this bishop can't get in the game to go after this pawn on f6. So a move like bishop f4, pawn takes here, king takes g5, and then bishop to b1, h6 check, king f7. This is exactly what you were talking about. So Ketty, you're correct that the bishop on b1 covers the h7 square, and this king can come to e6, and there's no progress to be made. No matter what you do as white, what this here, the king can't get in, and the bishop will just stay on the diagonal. And we were talking about the winning plan being king over to b7. You're not getting there. So you found the right way for black to hold, which means that g5 is a mistake, and rerouting the pieces. So king g3. If you play f5, I play g5. I just win the game very quickly by bringing my bishop into e5 or even my king into e5. So no f pawn move for you. Just let's say you sit. King f4, you sit. Bishop e1, you sit. Bishop h4, you go here. And now, I mean, g5 looks pretty good. Even h6 check, Ketty. I think that this position is winning just like with the h pawn. With the g pawn, we do the same exact thing and win the a6 pawn, come back and win one of the b or d pawns. This is a winning endgame for white.
Okay, it might even be better to have G-pawn here. Oh, wow. Then Vincent would be really upset of his decision trading the queens by himself.
He opted for the queen trade, and he should have just went bishop c8, bishop b7. Not that easy to realize in real time. But now Dominguez, he's doing the right thing. If you make the mistake and play g5 and you don't win the game, that happens. But you need to spend all of your remaining time before making this committal decision, because it does allow that bishop to f5. So Dominguez, we'll see if he can win this game from a winning position. But for now, we should go back to the game between Hikaru and Yesipenko. Those two still going at it. Yesipenko trying to win the game that he's had an advantage in for a long, long time now. So we are going to switch on over to this game here. And it looks like we've seen a bunch of shuffling, Ketty, where the king for white is going, g1, f2. This queen is going between b5 and c5. Now it's defending this d4 pawn. No progress made by Andre just yet.
No. He goes h5 here. What does this move means? Like what he wants to achieve by this move?
What does he want to achieve? Probably in some end games in particular. If he plays g6, he just takes over the light squares. He also ensure that g4 won't happen. So if he can eventually go after this f5 pawn, that's a good situation for him. But a few moves ago, okay, this queen, like this king one here. Wait a second. By the way, this is risky, but I guess bishop takes d4, e3 check. It somehow doesn't lead to a winning position because king f1 takes and maybe king e2. I mean, that was...
Oh, wow.
Barely, because if you don't get that pawn, your king's in open space. There's so many checkmating patterns potentially against the king over on the king side, but you just go and I guess get this pawn because of queen a2. Then you have the move queen b2, lining your queen up here. This pawn on d2 is going down, and somehow white would hold this draw.
Yeah, very interesting idea to sacrifice a piece on d4 to open up the light squares. But yeah, it's not really working. What we can see, there is still this idea, as we mentioned earlier, to get queen on d7 to attack f5. Right,
to go for this pawn. So I mean, there needs to have to go queen back at some point.
Yeah, is there a way Black can try to play bishop a8? And this looks really weird move, I know, but the idea is to play queen a1 next move and queen h1, just to get this queen on the other side of the board and try to give some checks on h2.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about that idea, because especially if this bishop can go to a6. If this queen goes to, let's just try to get the queen back there. So queen b6, queen a1, queen just c7. Or I'm blundering the pawn. I'm sorry, my apologies. But the point was to get over here in a position like this. The queen on h1 is looking very threatening, and you're threatening queen h2 to win this pawn here. If the knight moves to f1, which is trying to defend everything, this bishop needs to get its way into the game. And bishop b3, bishop d1, bishop f3. It takes a bit of time, but this queen is causing white some serious problems from h1. So I like your idea, Ketty, to try to get that queen around there.
Very much, Robert. It's actually I'm thinking to find a way how we can get this bishop on h6, like in the current position, maybe bishop b7, bishop a6, bishop d3, to bring this bishop to guard d4 pawn in this way, and then you can activate your queen on the back rank.
Yeah, that bishop can get to d3, white's in huge trouble. Not that easy to accomplish, because if white plays queen b5 and I hung this pawn again. Let's not play queen to b5. Let's play queen to b4 to defend this pawn, because the bishop would be distracted. Here, the pawn's defended. Now you don't have bishop to b7. So,
but we can start with queen a1 now, and if you get queen back on c5, oh no, you don't.
Yeah, you wanted me to go queen c5, but I'm playing queen b5 just to challenge your bishop, because queen c5, you wanted your bishop to come around this way. I know what you're aiming for over here.
Oh, so tricky. Oh, hold on. Is there seconds for Yesipenko here?
No way. Let's I'm going to ask because these games are being relayed. So we'll ask about the time update. But sometimes players get down to their final seconds. We'll verify with the team just to make sure. But hopefully the DGT, hopefully DGT is correct. But if you're Yesipenko and his fans, you're like, no, please be wrong. Give him a few extra minutes.
True, because this can get into scary for Yesipenko because he is trying to win the game, and if he has no time, he can make some mistakes here.
Wow. Apparently he is under a minute, and he does get 30-second increment for every move. So that will allow him to build up his clock. But he played H5. He does not have much time remaining. I didn't even notice that initially, Ketty. So I'm glad you pointed out. But it's a position where Black would really struggle to make a huge mistake. You hang a piece or something. But as long as Yesipenko goes Queen A8, Queen A2, things like that, he still is the one who is trying to play for a win.
It's the one, but to be honest, if I have now less than 1 minute on the clock in this position, I would be panicking already. Because yeah, but it's also not easy to lose here for Black, right? At least you have this King H8, King H7 moves.
You're never losing as Black here. I mean, it'd be really beyond difficult to lose.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that King G1 played by Hikaru, this queen can always go back to A8, and I would try to do this thing: Queen A8, Queen B7, Queen D7. It's the only way I'm really seeing that Black can try to get after this F5 pawn, and Hikaru will stop it. But you need to, if you're going to try to win, you need to make progress. You can't just keep going back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Robert, what about the move like Bishop D8, Bishop A5 to try to get this bishop on A5 and attack knight on D2?
Sorry, repeat that one more time.
Bishop D8, Bishop A5.
Aha, trying to get this bishop around, and he goes for that.
Ooh.
And before the queen went to F8, but now the queen F8, it doesn't do anything that much. Although F6 could be an idea. If you played Bishop A5, watch this. F6, trying to checkmate you here. And if you take on F6, I could even think about Bishop H6 or Queen H6 over here, and I'm going after your king. But Bishop H6, it doesn't actually lead to checkmate, even though you'd want it to, because Queen A1 is check. If your king goes up, then this king runs away, and it's anybody's game. I mean, look, it says equal. So both sides can lose this game at the same time.
Yes, look at this. King just is King F5. That is so funny way, but Andre needs here more than 28 seconds on the clock to risk, because this is a risk, Robert. You can lose here in this position with Black.
Oh yeah. If you miss this F6 move and you're shocked and you have less than a minute on your clock, it's hard to recover in that moment. But earlier when the queen went to F8, like right here, he played Bishop F6 back. So he clearly understood that F6 was an idea, and he prevented it the first time. And now with his pawn on H5, maybe it's a little more likely to allow F6 because there's no pawn hanging on H6 in those variations, but still your king is not going to be having such a joyful time.
It's true, but you know what is why it's good to be young. When you play chess, you don't really afraid of many of these risks and the crazy lines. You want to see it. You want to see it, and by the time you're getting older and older, you are a bit, careful to go to the crazy lines. Have you noticed this on yourself too? Like, have you changed the style of the play when you get older?
No, I don't play very much, so hard to comment on my style of play, but I don't know. I'm always willing to take a risk. So, why not?
You're still a teenager.
Well, no, but I'm not saying that, but sometimes you just got to risk it to get the biscuit.
Yeah, I've noticed that older I'm not risking too much in my chess games. I want to be very solid and draw. Draw is a good result, actually. It's a whole
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but a draw would be a good result for Hikaru in this game, considering how the position has been. Also be a good result for Vincent Keimer. We only have 2 games left, so we need to keep an eye on both of those because the players don't have too much time remaining. So as we get towards the end, let's go back to our multiple board view here, and it looks like Dominguez is finding the correct path forward against Keimer. He brought his king towards the center. At first, he brought his king to h4, then he corrected his method. He brings his king to f4, and his plan now, bishop e1, bishop h4, and for Vincent, I mean, the extra pawn, now its presence is really felt, and this pawn on b2, who would have thought, Keddy, the pawn on b2 is the pawn that wins white this game.
Yeah, little tiny pawn over there, being double all the time. Can really win the game. I do love how Dominguez is using here his time. He's not going right away. G5, he understood. He's trying. First he went king h4. He tested the opponent, and now he's going to the other way. And this is just a perfect situation you always want to have. You will never lose this game, and you can try many times, exhaust your opponent, and just push as much as you can.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out because I like to disagree with the evaluation. You know me, we don't have a very good relationship, myself and the engine here. So is there a way that there's a fortress? Because sometimes when it's 3 point something, you think like, oh wait, there might be a way for black to hold. I just think that this plan, and he plays g5 already, and the eval bar took a bit of a dip there. I don't see why that's such a bad decision if the bishop is going to come around to h4 anyway. But one of the drawing positions we saw earlier was if white plays g6. Well, here actually king h6 will just win this pawn, so that's even worse. But even without king to h6, if you just bring your bishop to h3 or anywhere, you can't make progress with your pawns, because if you play h6 check, you lose this g6 pawn. So that would be a very big mistake, pushing the pawn to g6. I think Lenier is going to play bishop e1 and then play bishop to h4 and put the pressure on the f6 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And in this situation, when pawn is on f6, it doesn't allow white's king to get on e5, so there will be no fancy sacrifices anymore. It will not be working out. And Robert, we have to take a look at the other game, as they are making moves really, really fast. So after bishop d8, as we have seen, Hikaru went for queen f8, and this is the moment when we mentioned that Espenko needs more time to calculate this crazy f6 move. So very fast he played bishop f6, avoid f6 complication, and here we have queen to a8, and maybe now he will go your idea, queen b7, queen d7.
He wants to, because that's the only way he'll make progress. And that's why Hikaru keeps doing this. He keeps going queen to b5. It's a very smart play by him. He's not allowing the black queen out of sight from this bishop on d5. And if you play queen b7 or queen c6, we talked about this a long, long time ago. The queen trade can help white here because the bishop can't attack f5 and needs to stay attached to this pawn on e4. And if you play bishop c6, which is something we were looking at earlier, that would probably be the way to slowly reroute your pieces to get a bishop to d7, a queen to c8, or a queen to b7 to d7, things like that. It's what Espenko has to go for. But the eval bar is still, about -1 for black. It means that Hikaru is hanging in there tough.
Mm-hmm. I think that's already second time repetition of this position, as we already had oh no, we had this position with h6 pawn. Right.
So Andre changed things up by putting his pawn on h5.
That's right. And he plays king g8. Now he's trying to find any way to sneak on this queen with the queen on d7. But Hikaru will play king f2 here for sure, or king g2.
I do really like the move king g8, because at some point Hikaru will likely play queen e2, and now the pawn's not hanging with check. So if you play bishop c6, queen e2, now you're already threatening this pawn. So I like the king on g8 with the pawn on h5. When the pawn was on h6, I like the king on h7. So little moves make a huge difference on where you want to put your pieces. So king went to G8. That's looking like a good decision. And now Hikaru will probably play king to F2. And maybe, Keddy, just maybe at long last, Andre will play bishop C6.
I think he will try that.
It's the only winning attempt that I see.
Oh, Robert, how about bishop B7 as well after king F2?
Bishop
like if you play king G1, then I have this check on A1 that we were hoping for.
Yep, and bishop A6
bishop
to follow.
A6, yeah.
Yeah, it's very possible here. It's a completely reasonable choice. I guess this queen can move back somewhere, maybe just back to C5 even. And if you go queen A1, yeah, it's honestly, it looks like progress is being made. This bishop A6, this queen H1 maneuver. Looking...
And moves like D5, is that good for black if white starts to push the pawn?
Yeah, just queen H1. So the pawn's not going anywhere. The bishop covers, and already, if the knight moves, you queen F3, but if the knight doesn't move, you queen H2 and take this pawn, and then H4 falls. So the king is really in a bad spot for white. So let's see what has happened. The queen's now on C5. Okay, queen B7 time, right? Or bishop B7, your move from before. Just keep maneuvering.
Yeah, and the other game we have a repetition. Maybe we can very quickly take a look at that one too. So Dominguez and Kamer here. Yeah, we have G5 has been pushed, and after this bishop F7 has happened, attacking on H5, Dominguez went for king G4 to guard it, and there was bishop E6 check and king F4, and bishop F7 is already on the board.
So based on the evaluation bar, it looks like Dominguez pushed G5 too soon. He could have rerouted his bishop to H4 first. That would have been a better shot, it looks like. But here, what about king F5? Because by playing king F5, you're forcing the issue with this pawn on F6. I think what Vincent is relying on is that their bishop takes H5, G takes F6, king F7, that this pawn is closer to the center of the board. When it was an H pawn, it was completely losing because the black king can't help out. Here, the king is much closer to the rest of the action, so the king itself can come to E6. For instance, when we get to this sequence and we keep going down here, the king on F6, the king takes pawn on F6 already is hanging. So let's not hang the pawn. Let's go bishop H4. All right, they're making moves, but I will try to get through with this variation quickly. We go through here, the king goes here, all this stuff that we were talking about before, that now the bishop comes here. And once the king comes to C5 or C6, now black has moved king E6, which is so important because the pawn is not over here. The king will take the pawn if it goes to F7, and then black will hold the draw on the light squares. And if you don't play F7, you're not going to make progress. So I think the pawn is too close to the center of the board, and that's where the big mistake happened by Dominguez. He needed a G pawn or an H pawn. The F pawn is not the one you want. It's too close to the center of the board.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. If the pawn is on G5 or H5, it would be another story. But this seems to be played really fast by Dominguez.
It's a draw.
Wow.
He threw away the win, and Vincent handed him a potential path to victory, and then Dominguez, he let this one slip by playing G5 too soon. So he is not rushed in the sense that I didn't think, because clearly he brought his king back to F4, but he probably thought that this position was winning, and in fact it is not winning. So the young German player will hold the draw with the black pieces.
Yeah, that indeed a very good information for Vincent and his fans. Let's very quickly take a look at the other game, Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Sipenko. Is Hikaru going to win here? He's trying to win, Robert. He wants to trade the bishops. He's not happy with the repetition. Look at this move.
Well, I still don't really see how he's going to win this game, but I do see what you're saying with his bishop coming to G5. He is trying to swap bishops, improve his pawn structure, get more activity here. But after queen A2, the bishop on G5 was frozen for at least a turn. And, well, I mean, Hikaru's up on clock, right? And, okay, Esipenko has more than 1 second left. This will be updated as soon as the move is played. Sorry about that. It is a relay from the DGT boards, but Yasopenko has not lost on time.
He has not lost, but it's Hikaru. He can do the magic when it comes to the low time on the clock. Yasopenko is getting very dangerous zone here in this game.
Right, but you can tell the DGT board is acting up because 24 seconds is not a legal amount of time. You get 30 seconds increment, so it's not possible to have 24 seconds remaining. So apologies to everybody for that. We will continue to see if what the time situation is, but Yasopenko still has time on his clock.
And we do have bishop f6 right now. So black has double pawns on f-file. Is this a good change for white?
Yeah, it is, because this knight would like to go to e3, and honestly, with this d4 pawn, Ketty, it's not out of the story that Hikaru wins this game. I mean, it'd be shocking how the position was before, but when you don't have time to calculate your options, Hikaru is going to take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, he will for sure. And this bishop on d5 was not the best piece so far we have seen it. Now it even gets worse and worse. This position, even endgame without queens on the board, that's not easy, because knight can get on, let's say, c3, d5, king e3, king can capture e4 pawn. Then white can also create another pass pawn with g4, just in any case. And I can see some ways to win there in the end game.
No, if the queens are off the board, then black just loses the game. So that's not going to happen. Andre's going to have to keep his queen alive, and this queen can go to the d1 square, and we see the clock's update. So Andre with more than a minute remaining, but the queen coming to d1 will pose some problems to the white king. For instance, knight f1, queen d1 looks like a very good move. It keeps the white queen stuck, because if you try to do something like queen c5, there it goes. The evaluation is terrible for white. A move like e3 check. If you take with the knight, queen f3, I take your knight with check, I win the game. If you take with the king on e3 here, I throw on queen e1 check. No matter where your king goes, I'm going to take this knight with check, I win the game. So it's not like white can just play for a win. You have to be careful about your own king because the position is kind of open, and there is a good queen, a good bishop, all that stuff working together well.
Right, waiting for the move by Hikaru. He goes queen e3. He tries to grab the pawn on e4. Next move. Black can play queen c2 to pin the knight and also guard a4 pawn.
Mm-hmm. That queen c2 move looks like a good choice. And after queen c2, there might be queen e2, but this pawn on h5 can't be captured since the knight is loose on d2. So
how about e3 here? e3 and queen f5.
Aha, e3 check looks very, very reasonable. Open up this bishop, and yeah, I don't really see a way for Andre to get into trouble besides the trouble he's in on the clock. So queen c2 was the choice, and we'll see how Hikaru responds here. You know, the move g4 that you mentioned is very possible, because if you take on g4 and the king comes to g3, you'll get your pawn back, although there's queen d1. So that's not going to win you the game.
Mm-hmm.
It looks even.
Two on the board. In the other game, we have the position where what we were trying to explain to our viewers, and yeah, we don't have much of the changes. Dominguez might be very upset with this outcome. He could try his best with H pawn or G pawn, but F pawn is just too close, and black can control now with the king this pawn and also guard d5. And the other game, all right, yeah, we have this position, and black can even go this way, bishop on e8, to double control f pawn.
That's right. No, this is just a draw here at this point, because if you go king e6 now, there's not even f7. I mean, you can play it, but after king takes it, don't take with a bishop. That would be the worst of the two options. You're giving a farther away past pawn. It's harder to defend. So you just take with the king here, and after king takes d5, well, this bishop comes to d7, this king comes to e8, and there's zero progress to be made because the bishop defends the b5 pawn. If you try to push your pawn, I'm just going to make sort of arbitrary moves. The king could have gone to e6 as well. The only way to do anything is, let's say you waste a turn. Oh, you can't protect your pawn anymore. You don't need to protect your pawn anymore. It's under attack. You just go back and forth here, and it's a very, very straightforward draw for black.
Mm-hmm. That's right. We do have some more moves in the other game, but e3 has not been played. Let's very quickly take a look at that game as well. So queen c2, queen e2, and then black repeated the move queen c3, queen e3 in queen e2. So this is second time repetition.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like a pretty level position. And queen c3, is that the third time? Maybe not yet, but queen e3 will be, I believe, the third time that position has happened. So
Robert, we do have, in that case, all the draws today?
It's going to be all draws, but that's not because the players weren't trying. I mean, it's very clear that Dominguez, Yesepenko, they were going for victory, and their opponents put up stubborn defense.
Mm-hmm. That's true, actually. That's true.
So the game is a draw here. This one, okay. I mean, Hikaru should be happy not to have lost, but with the white pieces, you probably are upset you didn't get a chance to play for more, especially against a very talented Yesepenko, who is going to try to keep Hikaru out of even second place in the group, right? Levon currently in first, but Yesepenko, one of those players who, don't count him out. He almost won or tied with Hikaru, I believe, in the first Grand Prix leg. So he's a very, very talented player.
Yes, and this could be quite okay result here to make a draw, but the fact that Hikaru has already lost first game against his direct opponent, Levon Aronian, this is just not the best result here for Hikaru. And here we have this game has ended in a draw. They agreed. Or they just repeated the moves, but it ended in a draw, which leaves us only one game in progress, and this game is also seems to be a draw, as white cannot really progress then in this position.
Now all white can do is move the king around a ton of times, then eventually try to win the pawn, then go back to the position we were talking about earlier. It's a clear draw. It's a very, very clear draw. No tricks are possible here. Vincent did a really wonderful job after making a big mistake, right? He did allow the queen trade that happens to have been a bad decision. But after that, once Dominguez pushed the pawn to g5, Vincent found a way to hold this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interesting game. Let's once again bring up the bird's eye view. And Robert, I can ask which game was the most sharp and interesting today out of all the 8 games?
Which was the sharpest game? Okay, definitely not the game between Tabatabai and Giri, not the game between Vitiugov and Yu Yangi. That game ended early. Shanklin and Vasiligraf. Honestly, the games today weren't particularly sharp. I mean, Dubov and Mamedyarov, that was a relatively quick draw. Predke and So, solid enough. So I don't really have an answer. None of the games were sharp.
Yeah. Like these last 2, I think they had good chances. And Aronian and Oparin was very interesting, but it's just they both played very good and it ended in a draw.
Yeah, it had that moment earlier when Levon did the rook lift that was seen in Grandelius against David Howell in their recent match. So it was interesting to start with, but it never got that sharp. I mean, for a while, it was a little unclear, but there were no tactics flying everywhere, no checkmate ideas. So the round was quite peaceful in nature. Certain players did miss their chance. Here, the only move for Vincent is bishop d7. Of course, he finds it. So 8 draws in 8 games. Nothing changes in the leaderboard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the first time we have out of 3 tournaments. We do have first time all the draws. There was only one round in the second leg when we had 7 draws and 1 decisive result. But most of the time we do have 4 draws and 4 decisive results. And yeah, this is not really happening every day. So let's everybody enjoy drawish day today.
I don't know who enjoys 8 draws, but whoever you are, I'm disappointed in you. You're not here to watch 8 draws. No, honestly, it really depends on how the games were played, because the players, they are really trying. It's not like they're just agreeing to draws. And there's so much at stake here, and it's not about the results, about how the game has gone. And even yesterday's games, there were so many interesting draws that one side had an advantage, the other side parried off the threats. So it's good to see the players really giving it their all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is a tournament where we have a lot of strong opponents, and it's not easy to find some to win. It's just they are playing the best moves even in the critical situation, even with a low time on the clock. That's why they're best, and that's why they are at the Grand Prix.
Exactly. And Vincent Keimer, he earned his spot in the Grand Prix. I know the 2 events that he's played were in Berlin, but he wasn't just a hometown inclusion, not at all. He earned his way here thanks to the Grand Swiss back in Riga. He had such a good performance there. He gained a ton of rating points. He was near the top of the standings, in the top 8 when all was said and done. So, he is just like everybody else, had to earn their spot to the Grand Prix. No wildcard inclusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what is this move, King A7?
You're just making a random move at this point.
King A7, King B6 probably. You will just repeat the moves.
Yeah, king wherever, somewhere around here, the bishop will come back. And this is just a very clear draw, and actually a good illustration of opposite colored bishops and why there's such a drawish tendency to them. If this bishop were on the light squares, then you'd start picking up these pawns, but your bishop can't do anything about it on the dark squares over here, and the bishop on e8. And just like we were mentioning earlier, a situation like this, if you could change this bishop to a light square bishop, you win the game. On the dark squares, you cannot break down this configuration of pieces here, and the king and bishop stop the d pawn.
Yeah, so king on a6, they might just repeat now the moves, as Dominguez has already understood that this is not the winning end game for him anymore.
Yeah, it's just shuffling. It's just, let's just play this out. We're already at move 74. We might as well keep going. Maybe let's try to reach move 100. No, I don't even think it'll get that far, but there's nothing that Dominguez can see to play for win, and he will undoubtedly be irked that he did not win a winning position in the endgame. He rushed the move g5 over the board. It should have, he should have planned it. He should have placed his pieces on better squares, optimized the moment for it. And unfortunately, late in this game, Dominguez, he hands away a pretty important half point there, because if he went 2-0 to start in his group, he would have the inside track to making it to the knockouts.
Mm-hmm. I think he missed bishop f7 move there in that position. Bishop f7 attacking h5, and it kind of forces white to make the decision to push the pawns. That's what he actually missed in this game earlier, and now, yeah, it is just impossible to beat black.
Yeah, right here, bishop f7. Without that type of move, it's not going to be a hold, but you're already putting pressure on this pawn. And if h6 check, king g6, pawn takes here, you don't take this pawn. Well, or do you take this pawn, right? Which one do you choose? I think actually both might hold, because now that I'm looking at it, this pawn has gone a bit too far. And we talked about bishop g6 as the way to defend on the diagonal with the king coming to the center. So both captures would probably be sufficient for the draw. But back to the live board here. All right, they're just shuffling around. The king went to f8. Take on d5, bishop b7, bishop e7 check, just king f7 here. This is a whole lot of nothing.
so surprising moves here. He didn't take the d5 pawn. He went king d6 first. There's no way the black can guard d5 pawn. Of course, white can take next move, but this maneuvering really don't really change much here. King d6 or bishop e7. Nothing really changed.
No, he just wants to play more moves, right? If he doesn't take the pawn, the 50 move rule doesn't start. So he can give a few checks. Oh, now he took the pawn. It's move 80 right now, and bishop d7 followed by king d8. It is a very, very straightforward hold. We went over it. The bishop and the king will just stand tight on the light squares, and you've double B pawns. Now the double B pawns aren't helpful. You would like to have a pawn elsewhere. If you put this pawn over on h2, now we're talking. But with those two pawns in the same line, not going to win you this game.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I wanted to play as longer as possible. So then I could tell my parents that I fight it longer. But look at this. We have all the draws. 8 draws today. Drawish day, but we can't complain really because we had still quite interesting games. Let's very quickly take a look at the cross table and find out if we do have any changes.
We can't because all 8 games were drawn. So the standings couldn't, not possible. But Dominguez, he continues to lead his group. But you know what that means for tomorrow, Ketty, because he beat Dubov, he drew Vincent Keimer. He has to play Shahriar Mamedyarov tomorrow.
Yeah, Shahriar Mamedyarov. We haven't seen yet Shahriar's game like we know Shahriar can do. Let's see, tomorrow will be that day. Dominguez Shahriar will be very interesting. Another interesting game is Aronian and Esipenko. As Esipenko hold the game against Hikaru, he might try the same against Aronian, and Hikaru can try to score against Aronian, and this is the way how Hikaru can catch Aronian here. Another interesting match can be MVL and Wesley So. MVL has not scored yet after 2 rounds, and in the Group D, Vitugov against Giri. This is Giri's chance to take the lead out of Vitugov. So a lot of things can happen tomorrow. Let's hope not 8 draws, Robert.
Well, the players who are trailing would hope to not have 8 draws. But I think the best chance, as I look at those pairings, for somebody in second place to hop into first is Anish Giri, because he is the white pieces. He's playing the person in the lead of his group. Now, Vitugov, he is super strong, very solid, a tough player to beat. But Giri has his chance with the white pieces, whereas some of the other trailers, they don't have as favorable of a matchup with the black pieces against these strong players. It's going to be very difficult. So I think that Mamedyarov, he has white. He would like to beat Dominguez because you're running out of rounds. There are only 4 rounds remaining in the group stage, and if Dominguez can hold Mamedyarov with the black pieces, then you're running out of the white. Getting white pieces on the for the rest of your games, and Dominguez will continue to be in good shape. So I think Mamedyarov and Anish Giri, there's a big moments for them.
I hope we're gonna see in the game of Mamedyarov Dominguez some sort of G-force as Shahriar really likes to play. Let's hope for that. And also a lot of more decisive games or just beautiful games that can end in a draw in the end. So this is off for us. We have to say goodbye to our viewers, but we will come back tomorrow, same place and same time. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us and being so supportive and so active. Too active even sometimes in the chat. And thank you so much, Robert, for being a perfect co-host and give us all these very interesting insights. And big thanks to our producer to put up all this work. And last words to you.
I think you said it just perfectly. You summarized the round. So we'll see everybody tomorrow, same time, same place, for more from the FIDE Grand Prix 3rd leg. You won't want to miss that.